Thomas Hoffman approaching the lower section just past Coach's Knoll and onto the bottom pitch. As we get ready for our next competitor in the gate, this is going to be Max Martin racing for Dartmouth College. Welcome to everybody tuning in on the World Wide Web. We've had some network issues. We're happy to be able to present to you our upper section of the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic Men's Giant Slalom. Max Martin racing for Dartmouth College is on course. Cooper Puckett, our current leader, at the bottom. Apologize for the technical difficulties this morning. But glad to be up live now. Max Martin will have the upper section of the course. We're working on trying to get the lower section as well as the days proceed. Right now it's Daniel Gillis. Dartmouth College skier Dan on course. Again, we're thrilled to have the NCAA championships on this hill. The 2024 games will be on March 6th here, Giant Slalom. March 8th will be the slalom over at Howelson Hill with cross country on the 7th and 9th. So make sure you plan a trip back to Steamboat for that. Great opportunity for these skiers to get a preview of the race hill. Dan Gillis skiing well on that upper section. Got a course hold right now as we get Macaluso teed up in the start. Again, thanks for joining us. We apologize for the technical issues. We will be posting the women's first run at the end of the day. We did capture that live. And happy we've got things figured out here for the men's giant slalom today. We'll be streaming all 4 days of this event. $34,000 in prize money on the line here at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic as Mr. Macaluso gets into the gate. And Macaluso on course. Mac racing for the Colorado Mountain College Eagles. Right here, a beautiful campus in Steamboat Springs. They train here on this slope. The All Out Race Trail and Howelson Hill is their home training site. And it's really cool to see the small college competing with the big schools and competing very well. Colorado Mountain College has put together an incredible team of competitors. All right, next up, this is Alexander Berkner, now coaching for the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club, the former University of Colorado Buffalo. It is so good to see a college racer transition into coaching, teach all those skills learned to the next era of ski racers. And I tell you what, Berkner still's got it. Great to see him racing, hoping to get some prize money out of this competition. I think that's what motivated him to be in here. And one of the cool things is he'll get firsthand experience on the course that he can pass on to his Aspen athletes. So awesome to see Berkner in the competition. Benjamin Angerer, our next competitor, he's an Austrian racing for Westminster College. Angerer now on course down below. As we watch Angerer, I believe his first crack at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Has not competed in this event before. One of the things these competitors will learn, usually the competition is stacked very tightly. There is small margin for error, and you've got to absolutely throw down, put it down the hill. Course is in excellent condition. There will be a few spots that will break up based on what we saw from the women's race, but overall, a good opportunity for skiers in the back to make a good move forward in the field. Got a brief course hold right now. Cooper Puckett holding on to the lead at the moment. Top five have stayed steady. We've got Cooper Puckett in the lead. Cooper Cornelius just about a half second behind. Bridger Guile, only 700ths back of Cornelius. Simon Fournier and Loic Chablis, both within a second of Cooper Puckett as Jay Poulter getting ready to go. Jay, the alum from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Now on the U.S. ski team, Jay Poulter knows this hill. He's throwing down. He'll be charging hard for that prize money that's out at stake today. Really letting everything go. This is called hucking yourself down the hill, ladies and gentlemen. Jay Poulter, using his experience on this hill as a former Winter Sports Club competitor to put together a really nice top half of a run. See how that comes out at the bottom is John Kerbaugh, another member of the Stiefel U.S. ski team, pushes out of the start. John Kerbaugh on course. John, an Eastern racer, first year onto the national team. And he is a giant slalom star. This guy shredded giant slalom races all year last year as a second-year FIS athlete, now wearing the stars and stripes of the U.S. ski team. And in his first lap down the slope of All Out, looks like he's put together a very solid run. Our next competitor, this is Adrian Mindy Hunshammer, racing for the University of Denver. Adrian on course, looking to put down some really good runs here. Adrian, one of those skiers that's battling for a spot to represent the Pioneers at the NCAA Championships in March. DU has won the last 2 NCAA Championship events held here in Steamboat. We know they're going to be fielding a strong team. So Adrian, nice skiing as he approaches the lower section of the course. He's got his teammate in the start. This is going to be bib number 27, Jack Bowers. Jack powering out of the start and on course. Good looking skiing for Jack up at the top, running a good direct line. And you start to see the course grooving up down there on the beach section. Jack inside the rut, skiing a very direct line. If you can stay clean on that direct line, that can be a good way to go. Only time will tell on the clock to see how that works out as we've got another DU Pioneer. This is Christian Oliveira Sovic, racing from Norway onto the University of Denver Pioneers ski team, coached by the Finnish racer Jonas Razanen and Emar Hoster. Clean skiing up top for Christian. Henry Hayden will be our next competitor, the Montana State Bobcat competitor. Representing Australia in the field today, nearly 20 nations represented in our field here at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic Giant Slalom. First day of racing, glad you're with us. This is Henry Hayden on the upper section of the course. A little more upright stance for Hayden, working the back of the skis just a little bit. He is a good, clean skier, shaping those turns. See him taking it deep as he makes his way across the beach onto the lower section. Henry Hayden looking to make a move up through the field, possibly into that prize money group. Our lone catamount in the field today, representing the University of Vermont, this is Magnus Berge-Styren. Catamounts will be a team to watch at the NCAA Championships held here in March. Magnus getting some laps here on the all-out race course. Magnus getting a little bit low there. That's a bad place to make a mistake on this hill. This section very flat. Magnus looked like he did a great job to keep momentum as best he could, but there's no way you can get out of a mistake in that spot without it costing you a little bit of time. But I tell you, other than that little spot, Magnus looked like he's skiing a strong run. Here comes Ryder Sarchette. Ryder racing for the University of Colorado Buffaloes. Longtime Sun Valley ski racer. Now a Buffalo down. Oh, man. Ryder is running straight. Ryder is putting everything on the line. Ryder is not going to, he's not skiing. for a middle of the pack result. Ryder Sarchette absolutely throwing it down the mountain here today. And that's going to be exciting to see how that comes out. We got a little bit of a course hold as we work to adjust our timing intervals to 30 seconds. We're going to have Callum Langmuir, our next competitor, to go. Quick look at those results. We've got some fast runs. We've got 30 racers out of the start, 31 racers out of the start, 30 have finished. So definitely that tells you that you've really got to attack on this hill, that this course is gettable. Ryder Sarchette, our last racer out of the start, skied into 18th position, so a good move up for Ryder. Tie for 8th, a tie for 10th in the field. 10th is 1.32 seconds out, so they've got some work to do. We'll count down our top 10 right now. We've got Cooper Puckett in first, Cooper Cornelius in second, Bridger Guile in third, Simon Fournier in fourth, Loic Chablis in fifth, Jeremy Lagier in sixth, Jean-Luc Bohème in seventh, a tie for 8th with Raphael Lessard and Jacob Dilling, and a tie for 10th with Adrian Mindy Hunschammer and Alejandro Fuente Tesias. And we're back racing. This is Callum Langmuir racing for Cliff Racing. The Brit has been skiing well. I've been following his runs at Beaver Creek at the NORAMs last week. We had some nice finishes. And we'll be coming at you more quickly now. See if I can keep up our next racer. Now this is bib 33 on course. 33 is Dennis Vilgrater, another cliff racer, an Italian skier here at these Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. An international high-level competition is absolutely what this is. $34,000 of prize money over the week will tend to attract a really strong international field. And Vilgrater with a good solid start. Our next competitor now, this is a local boy, Trey Seymour, University of Denver Pioneer. Trey knows this hill like the back of his hand. He's been skiing here since he was born. He is one of the guys that is looking to not only ski really well, he's looking to make that NCAA championship squad that'll compete here in March for the incredibly talented University of Denver Pioneer ski team. Good solid skiing up top for Trey. Our next competitor, Benny Brown. Benny racing for the Dartmouth College ski team. Benny hails from Park City, Utah. Benny, another skier with a little bit more upright stance, working more the center towards the tail of the ski. Really does a nice job laying that ski over and getting a good platform, pressuring that ski right in the fall line. A good top section for Benny Brown. Our next competitor out of the start, it's going to be Roman Frost. Roman with the German gear racing for Westminster College. A couple competitors in the field today from Germany. Roman, nice, clean, fluid skiing on that upper section through that flats. Through the beach and onto the lower pitch now. It goes Frost. And we've got a hold on the course before our next competitor out of the gate. This is going to be bib number 37, Jeremy Nolting, the local boy from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Competing this year, doing his training in France with the Apex 2100 program. Spent a lot of time in Europe in the prep period. He's been back in Colorado competing well in the NORAMs. Several top 15s at Copper Mountain for the speed events. One of the forerunners for the Birds of Prey downhill. What an experience that was. Jeremy Nolting. kicking his skis. He's going to be starting on the next interval. Here he comes. Jeremy Nolting. Steamboat Springs, Colorado racer, racing with the Winter Sports Club in Apex 2100. He is on course, Jeremy Nolting. He'll be looking to charge hard. His GS skiing is prime. He's feeling good. He's feeling strong. A big year for the Steamboat racer. Good attacking skiing up on the upper section here as Nolting moves across the flats through the beach section and over Coach's Knoll. It looks like a good top for Nolting. See if he can keep it up down below. Our next competitor, Trent Pennington, out of the start, and Trent on course. Trent racing for Westminster College now. Trent has had a great ski racing career. Really keeps working hard at his craft. He's been all around the top of the podium. Pennington on the lower section of the course. Now, Canadian racing for Dartmouth College. This is Hemming Sola. Sola on course. On a bit of a low line for Sola. Down there, we'll see how that pans out. You can start to see the groove developing down there on the flats. Here comes another Apex ski racer. This is David Morkin, a Western athlete from the Tahoe area, now working with the Apex program based out of Tignes in France. Working nice smooth on his skis, not over edging, letting the skis run and flow through that beach section. Look like good speed as he breaks over onto the second pitch. And we're back to the start with our next competitor. This is Justin Bigatel. Justin, member of the U.S. ski team. Biggie's put in some sneaky fast results over the last couple weeks. And he too running a good direct smooth line down here, really letting him go. Not over edging. The snow is pretty aggressive down there on that pitch. You don't want to overpressure it. The slalom hill has been injected. That'll be a whole different story. But the GS hill, it's a good firm surface, but it is pretty grippy and easy to over edge. Now on course, Oliver Perizette from the University of Utah. Great to see Oliver, a member of the defending NCAA champion University of Utah Ute ski team. Solid run for Oliver up top, our next competitor now. This is Jordan Simon, racing for Dartmouth College. Jordan, hometown boy, lives here in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. Longtime member of the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. And man, there is nothing he wouldn't like better than to have an incredible season on the Eastern Carnival circuit and make the Dartmouth team and represent his school here at the NCAA Championships in March. Good solid run up top for Jordan. Our next competitor out of the gate is going to be Sawyer Reed. Sawyer, U.S. ski team athlete. Sawyer is first year on the national team. Skiing on the D team. Sawyer has had himself some good races here over this last NORAM period as well. It looks like he's put together a good top to his run. Another U.S. ski team athlete out of the gate. This is going to be Camden Palmquist. Palmquist from the illustrious skiing family of the Palmquists. Started in Buck Hill, moved to Team Summit, made the U.S. ski team. Not only is he looking to move up through the field today, he's also looking to stay ahead of his blazing fast younger brother, Jevin, who will be starting later in the field. His sister, Sophia, did well in the women's race this morning. And a good-looking run up top for Camden Palmquist. Now on course, local boy, U.S. ski team athlete, Roman Elvidge. Another hometown Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club skier. And Roman, tough break up there for Roman. He's been battling a little bit with some back issues, and it looks like maybe he just got a little bit twisted there in that difficult section right before the flats. Might have aggravated that back just a little bit, and unfortunately Roman Elvidge not able to finish. Our next competitor from Croatia, this is Filip Krota, racing for Colorado Mountain College. Oh, and the Croatian having trouble in that same spot, but somehow miraculously being able to stay on course. That'll be something to watch there as the course starts to deteriorate with 47 competitors already down the hill. Krota doing a nice job to stay in there as he makes his way onto the lower section. Our next competitor, this is Preston O'Brien on course. Preston, another Dartmouth College racer. Good to see the slip crews out there as Preston hanging on. Trying to generate speed there. This flat section, really important to stay clean through that section. And now he goes over the lower pitch. Carson Hume will be our next competitor out of the start. Carson from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. This guy's one to watch. Really talented group of 18-year-old ski racers that Carson is one of. Really close margins between making the U.S. ski team and not. Carson's one of those guys on the outside looking in, but really looking to make a move up on his same-age teammates on that team. And that was good skiing up top from Carson. And speaking of, here's Hunter Solani, member of the U.S. ski team, Ski and Snowboard Club Vale competitor. This kid races his brains out every time he pushes out of the start. He's been charging hard through the Norham Series. Some really good runs. Hunter Solani shaping up these turns here on the flat. Skiing a little bit higher line, trying to stay out of the bumps down below on that low line. Let's see how that plays out. He usually has a nice light touch on the snow that should do well on this hill. Solani onto the lower section. Enzo Senerelli from France, our next competitor on course. Enzo racing for Westminster College. Huge attack up top from Enzo, getting a little bit sideways right before the flats. Again, that's a place where you don't want to make a mistake because you can't get momentum back in that section. He did well to not make it a major mistake, but a little bit of a slip right there before the flats could cost Enzo. Alec Nolan, St. Lawrence University skier. Alec knows this hill well. Spent a couple years with the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Great to see Alec back on the slopes of All Out at Steamboat Ski Resort. Alec looking strong up here at the top. Nice smooth skiing from the St. Lawrence competitor. I like what I'm seeing. I think Alec has had some good results that I've seen already this season. That is a good sign for the St. Lawrence athlete, Steamboat alum. Flynn Jorgen Schahn from Cliff Racing, the German competitor now on course. 20 nations in today's event. It's a stunning international field as they gun for $34,000 in prize money that will be given out over the 4 days of racing here in Steamboat Springs. Gunnar Barnwell, our next competitor on course. Gunnar racing right here at Colorado Mountain College. Beautiful campus in Steamboat Springs. The Eagles ski team going in a really strong program. Does all their training here at Steamboat Springs. Gunnar trying to ride that groove. You can definitely see that groove developing. Onto the lower pitch goes Barnwell. As our next competitor would be Theodore Kim, another Colorado Mountain College Eagle. He's on course. His classmates probably in the cafeteria looking out the window through their binoculars could see Theodore racing down this all-out slope. An absolutely incredible campus here in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. And Kim with a nice top of his run. Our next competitor out of the start, this is going to be bib number 56, and that's Alex Lintz, skier from the Netherlands, racing for Cliff Racing, Coach Gunther Bergman. Alex Good solid skiing up here. Creating some really nice angles quick on and off his edges. Skiing a high line through there. Let's see if he's let those skis run enough to be fast on this all-out race slope. Now we've got another Dartmouth College skier from Canada. This is Louis Latalupe. Nice smooth skiing up here for Luis, running a little bit of a low line, trying to just carry speed, not do any extra work against gravity, keep that momentum going. I think he's kept it clean. I think that's been a good approach for the Dartmouth skier. Next competitor out of the gate, this is Colin Hanna, U.S. ski team athlete. First year onto the national team for Colin. Strong speed skier who's had some really nice tech results over the last week or so. Let's see if he can keep that going. You can see that nice speed skier's light touch through the beach section down to the lower pitch goes Hannah. Next competitor out of the start, this is Julian Arthur. Julian, fresh off of 2 FIS race victories yesterday at Vail on Golden Peak in the slalom. This kid is kind of on fire. Ski racing can be a game of momentum, and Julian Arthur's got some momentum right now. Let's see if he can channel that into a fast giant slalom result here on the all-out race hill. Julian, no mistakes up top to mention. A good-looking run as we go to the top for Marcus Stanley. Marcus on course racing for the Loveland Ski Club. Marcus really been working on his giant slalom. Slalom's kind of been his bread and butter, but he's improved on that giant slalom skiing. Nice clean run up top for Marcus Stanley. Colin Kagan now on course. Colin, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club athlete, taking a post-grad year. Colin grew up ski racing here in Steamboat. His brother Colin forerunning today, member of the Bates College ski team. Colin, an incredible golfer and a great ski racer too. Just rolls those edges up so nicely and creates such nice angles. A good looking top for Colin. Here's another Steamboat local, Chase Seymour, on course, University of Colorado, Buffalo. Chase grew up his twin brother Trey racing for the University of Denver. Already down the hill. Chase looking to move up the field, see if he can get into the flip for the top 30. Good looking run for the Colorado Buffalo local homegrown product. Here comes William Cashmore, New Zealand racer. He is no stranger to this hill whatsoever. Past member of the Colorado Mountain College ski team. He hails from New Zealand. He's trained on this hill many a time. Great to see Cashmore back at the Holiday Classic for another year. And it's good looking skiing for Will. As Will makes his way past Coach's Knoll onto the lower pitch, back to the top, we've got our next competitor. This is Harry Hoffman, Australian competitor, Park City Ski and Snowboard Club. Hoffman taking risk, throwing it down the hill, and I think it's working out for him so far. Good looking run for the Aussie. Back to the top, Noah Remmenschneider be our next competitor out of the gate. Remmenschneider pushing out of the start, and he's on course. Local Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club skier. Racing for Colby College. Noah looking nice and strong up here on top. Fun watching him in the NorAm races. Fun having the hometown boys back home for the holidays and racing at the Holiday Classic. Our next competitor, here's another local Colorado Mountain College skier. Skied with the Winter Sports Club last year, Everett Dooley. And this guy absolutely smoked some of the NORAM races last week in Beaver Creek, I tell you what, he's going to be one to watch. He's really finding his groove as he's hitting the books at Colorado Mountain College and starting into college ski racing. Dooley putting it down the hill up top, absolutely putting everything on the line. Axel Lindemeyer, our next competitor on course. Axel started his career in Crested Butte, Colorado. This dude can ski all over the mountain, that's for sure. Now he's doing his training with the Apex 2100 Academy out of Tignes, France. And Axel putting it all on the line. Good looking skiing up top for Axel as he makes his way onto the lower pitch. Our next competitor in the start, this is going to be bib number 68, Ian Haupt. Ian, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club athlete. Ian really came on last season, had some nice FIS results as a senior at Steamboat Springs High School. Now, Steamboat Mountain School. Now Ian is a postgraduate athlete focusing exclusively on his ski racing and skiing an aggressive line as he makes his way onto the lower pitch. Good looking run up top for Haupt. So we've got a hold on course. This announcer's going to catch his breath as we get ready for Wyuji Gaman. This Alta Badia. Back with our next competitor in just 1 minute. All right, we're ready and back. Japanese racer training with the Alta Badia program in Italy, Ryuji Gaman is on course. Nice fluid skiing for Ryuji. And those skis over well, standing strong on that platform and putting some nice turns down the all-out race hill. Now we've got Stefan Brenwald, Park City native. Got some fast ski racing genes for Stefan as he's charging down this all-out slope. Good aggressive racing up top for Stefan, getting a little bit low, but holding it together nicely as he hits the flats down here now. This section, it's important to stay clean. It's important to stay smooth. And now he breaks over Coach's Knoll onto the lower pitch. A good top for Stefan Brenwald. Our next competitor, this is Stewie Bruce. His sister Tiana skied really well in that first run this morning for the women. Stewie has had some fast racing, went up to Jackson Hole and put down some really nice results last week. And should be in fine shape here on the all-out race trail. Stewie putting it all on the line from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Our next competitor now, this is Jake Morgan. Jake from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Jake's coach, Alec Berkner, giving him the best course report of the day, having just skied this course. Jake saying, hey, I'm going to try to beat you, coach. Looks like a good run up here on top. Jake running inside the track of the other competitors trying to gain speed. Our next competitor now from Park City, this is Grant Hagan. Great to see all the competitors from Park City out here on the slopes of Steamboat Ski Resort, the all-out race trail site of the 2023 Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Glad you're tuned in with us. Apologize for our technical difficulties this morning. We did record the women's race and we will post it after the races today. As Garrett Kirsch from Colorado Mountain College pushes out onto the course. We are also working and hope to bring a little bit more length of this course for your viewing pleasure for the second runs. Oh, and down goes Kirsch. Tough break, just leaning inside a little bit, trying to steal away a little bit extra time. All of a sudden, that ski was gone from underneath him. So, tough break for Kirsch is we've got a course hold on the slope. Will Zerbay will be our next competitor out of the start. I tell you what, this kid should be feeling good. He put down an all-time slalom run yesterday at Vail. I was bummed to see him not put together that second run to go with it, but I've got a feeling that some good things are about to happen here on the slopes of Steamboat for Mr. Zerbay. So we got a quick course hold before Will Zerbay pushes out of the gate. We're going to back in just one moment. All right. We've got Will Zerbay in the start. Here comes the Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer. Will Zerbay is on course. Zerbay must have had a great off season. He has improved a ton since I last saw him last season and really charging. You can see the confidence in his skiing as Zerbay makes his way onto the lower pitch. Our next competitor out of the start is going to be Nico Leunig, racing for Team Summit. Nico on course. Really fast few turns out from Nico. Getting pushed a little bit wide right as he came off the pitch onto the flats, but he's holding it together well. Good clean skiing. Leunig has got a great feel for the snow. As Leunig drops onto the lower section, our next competitor out of the start is Apollo Powell. Always gets me tongue twisted. Racing for Colorado Mountain College now. Did his junior ski racing with Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Oh, and Apollo making a little mistake and a great recovery down there on that transition onto the flats. Powell, now Colorado Mountain College Eagle, onto the lower section of the hill. He's going to get lots of laps on this hill this season. Chase Kelly, our next competitor out of the start. And Chase leaving his pole at the top. Little adversity. Let's see how Chase can manage this adversity. The reality is, after you push out of the start in a GS course, you don't really need that pull so much. And Chase skiing really well. Sometimes it can be one of those things that kind of shakes you up and allows you to ski freely. And it looks like that's kind of happened with Chase skiing really well with one pull. Oh, be our next competitor out of the start. Jace Kelly, that was impressive. The one pole wonder, not anything you ever really want to happen, but again, it is something that can be overcome. All right, Luke Dalton next on course. Luke now competing for the Montana State Bobcats. See how college ski racing is suiting Luke. Some nimble moves as he transitioned from the pitch to the flats. These grooves down here in the beach section of the course, something that the skiers have to navigate. Are they going to stick their ski in that groove, or are they going to try to ski their own line? As hometown skier Lakin Roth now on course, Lakin Steamboat Springs resident, and now training and competing with the Apex 2100 Academy out of Team France. Lakin get a little bit low coming on the flats. He knows that's going to hurt him. I expect we're going to see some really aggressive charging skiing from Lakin from here on out as he tries to get that time back. Again, a difficult spot to make a little error right before the flats because you can't get your momentum back. Another hometown boy. This is Curtis Zani, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer. Zani looking for a strong giant slalom result today. Zani, always a strong technical skier, always working hard to perfect his craft. And Zani skiing well up here on top. Good smooth skiing as he sets up that lower pitch. Zani has done well on top. Let's see how it goes down below as Andre from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale pushes and skates his way on course. Andre skiing well this year. He's had some fast races so far. Always great to see. How are the athletes going to come out of the off season? And Andre has done a good job in that prep period, it looked like to me. Good skiing here again today at the Holiday Classic as Andre moves on to the lower pitch. It's going to be Samuel McDermott, our next competitor. McDermott, now a Colorado Mountain College Eagle. Really a great ski program that Scott Tanner's been able to put together here at Colorado Mountain College. Great campus, beautiful campus overlooking town. The skiers getting great training here on the all-out race trail and at Howelson Hill. McDermott looks like his new team is suiting him well as Axel Kitt pushes off and on to the course. Axel now skiing for the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club. Spent a year out here in Steamboat last year. Now working with the Park City program. His father, A.J. Kitt, one of the ski racing heroes that I watched in my career. Incredible racing genes, and Axel's put together a nice run up here on the top of the course. Now, straight from the Twin Cities, it's Kyan Hopke, Buck Hill Ski Team competitor. Kyan really doing a nice job, has emerged as a multi-discipline skier with Buck Hill. Buck Hill always creating good slalom skiers, but Kyan really is elevating his skiing in those other disciplines. A good job up top for Hopke. Isaac Mosen now on course. Isaac, another Colorado Mountain College skier. Mosen charging up here at the top. You just see that aggressive attitude up here. Love how he's rolling those skis over and carving them into the fall line. Mosen into his tuck. This is an aggressive run. Mosen looking to make a move up through the field here today out of that 88, 87 start position. Here we go. Jonah Fleischer on course. Jonah, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club athlete. Local hometown boy. His father, Chad Fleischer. Couple of years coaching with the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. An illustrious career on the U.S. ski team. Jonah doing a nice job down here. Jonah's got really cat-like reflexes and a really nice touch for the snow. He's done a nice job up here on the top part of the course. Our next competitor, this is Aaron Grislak, Northern Michigan University skier. Beautiful campus up in Marquette, Michigan. And Grislak looking strong as he makes his way onto the lower section. Love to see the Midwestern ski racer continue it on in college. Great to see Northern Michigan back in the Alpine game. And Aaron putting together a nice run up here at the top section of All Out. Matthew Basson from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail, the Canadian. This guy's fun to watch. He's one of the smallest competitors in the field, if not the smallest competitor in the field. But the guy's a technician. He's fast. He's quick. He's agile. And he uses that to his advantage. Look, he skied entirely inside that groove that's been created on the flats. Only Basson could fit his body inside of that groove using his small size to advantage wherever he can. Hunter Peterson, another guy who's not huge, but skis huge, from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Hunter, nice strong skiing up here at the top. Full field of 140 competitors. These racers know that they've got to be on their game. There is so much competition in the field today. There is no margin for error. Our next competitor, Caleb Unger, on course. I'm going to have to get his team figured out here. Been skiing in Rocky with Aspen. Oh man, he is getting after it. But a new program skiing for this year, but the same attack is still there. This guy looks like he knows what he's doing. Has been on this hill a few times, and that he has. As our next competitor now, Will Uttendorfer on course. Uttendorfer, Colorado Mountain College racer now. Former competitor with Team Gilboa out of the Twin Cities in Minnesota. Uttendorfer now in Colorado, enjoying the studies and the skiing with Colorado Mountain College. Looks like fun for Uttendorfer up there, getting a little thrown as he moves onto the lower pitch, but he's getting after it, and that's the key. All right, Brady Malbuff now on course. Brady, Ski and Snowboard Club Vail competitor. This guy can golf, this guy can ski, this guy can do it all. And he can lay it down this all-out race trail. Brady just letting those skis run. It's like he's just letting the ski seek fall line, and he's hanging on for a ride. That was really good and smooth up at the top for the Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer. Our next competitor on course. This is going to be Ian Hanrahan, Park City Ski and Snowboard Club. Just an easy cruise down Highway 40 from Park City, and you end up here in Steamboat. Great to have all these Western region competitors from Park City competing in this Rocky Mountain Division event, the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic, and Hanrahan's had himself a good top section. Ford Hodgkins, another Park City racer, our next competitor on course. A big shout out to Park City. That's the home of U.S. Ski and Snowboard, our national governing body. I hope everybody is tuned in out there in Park City, checking out this racing action here on the slopes of Steamboat Ski Resort. Ford Hodgkins has done himself some good skiing up here on the upper section of All Out. All right, the second of the Andre brothers. Here comes Stanley, also from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail on course. Watching these guys tackle the slopes of Steamboat at races for years. 3. Skiing aggressively. Running that aggressive line, which is great to see from back in the pack. That's how you're going to make a move and make something special happen here today. T-Hop on course. Tyler Hopkins from the Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Tyler, a good, solid skier. Oh, little mistake there, making a nice recovery to stay on track. This flat section in here, momentum is king. As T-Hop getting a little bit low, but hanging on. And onto the lower section for Hopkins from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Here's another Ski and Snowboard Club Vail competitor, Andrew Gunther. Gunther had himself a nice slalom run or two yesterday, if I remember right looking at those results. Definitely skiing strong down here. As we move into the triple digits, Kenneth McPhee, racing for the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club, is on course. Getting a little bucked there on the first couple turns. When you've got 3 digits on your bib, you know it's going to be rough. You got to rodeo up and really work hard to keep those skis going down the hill and try to move up the field. Competitors run in the order of their first run finish for the second run, so a fast first run can really pay dividends. As Nikhil Elaine, racing for Trinidad and Tobago from the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club, makes his way down the upper pitch of the all-out race trail. Nikhil flowing down the course nicely. Wrong over that outside ski. Nikhil onto the lower section of the course is our next competitor. This is bib number 102, Karsten Jaeger from the Afton Alps program. Makes his way down the hill, Afton Alps. The small but mighty slopes on the St. Croix River. Just outside the Twin Cities, Karsten Jaeger. We watch him over the breakover and onto the lower pitch. Got a brief course hold. Got about a 2-minute course hold right now. Thanks for joining us here for the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic races. We've got Giant Slalom racing today and tomorrow. And then Wednesday night, the iconic night race. They'll do their first run during the day, and then the lights turn on at 5:30 p.m. Mountain. The women will kick out of the gate 6:45 Mountain. The men will kick out of the gate. The entire town of Steamboat will be there. If you're anywhere close to Steamboat, make sure that you are there too. And if you can't be, make sure you tune in right here for the iconic night slalom. And then we'll wrap it up with one more slalom on Thursday over at Howelson Hill. $30,000 in prize money for this event. The top 5 overall competitors and the first place U18 will all be in the money today through Thursday, with an additional $1,000 to the overall winners. It's going to be an incredible 4 days of racing. Glad that you are here joining us. We have still about 40 competitors to go here in the men's competition. Again, if you're trying to tune in for the women's race earlier, we apologize, some network difficulties. We did record the event, and we will be posting it this evening for everybody to watch. We're also working to get a little bit more length of the course for your video before our second run. So hope you stick around and tune in for the whole event as we are excited to have you with us watching the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic here today. Big thank you to our Gold Annual support partners, our host, Steamboat Ski Resort, where we're competing today. We'll be at Howelson Hill for the slalom races on Wednesday and Thursday. Original gondola there, Steamboat Resort just completing a over $200 million capital improvement to the mountain, which includes the Wild Blue Gondola, the longest and fastest gondola in North America. Just opened on Friday. Takes you from the bottom of the mountain all the way to the top in under 13 minutes. It's absolutely incredible. Over 3 miles long and a great ride. So we are on a brief course hold. We've got William Roy will be in the start gate when we are clear to resume. Perfect day for ski racing here in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. Looks like we have 4 good days on tap of ski racing. All right, sounds like we're getting our racer in the gate. William Roy will be our next competitor. We'll be starting at our next interval in 30 seconds. It was an impressive show from Roy in the slaloms at Vail yesterday. Devo FIS racing action in the Colorado Ski Cup. So he'll be one to watch. Ski racing can be a momentum thing. Roy's been moving up through the field all season long so far. Here comes the Ski and Snowboard Club Vail competitor. Oh, getting low and just too direct an approach down there going onto the flats. And Roy, unfortunately, off course and will be a DNF. Tough break for the Ski Club Vail competitor. Here we come. It's Noah Bindis. We call him Bindi. Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Got his ski racing started on the slopes of Bottineau Winter Park, North Dakota, and honed his craft in Wisconsin before he came to Aspen to really turn things on. And Bindi looks like he skied well up top. Ben Albrecht to be our next competitor, another Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club competitor. Albrecht. I like that approach, just wide of that big groove there on the gate up above. And he brings it inside. These ski racers try to find the fastest way through. Garrett Gillis now on course from Team Winter Park. Gillis spending time on the FIS racing circuit, Colorado Ski Cups, also a competitor for the Middle Park Panthers high school team. Gillis skiing well up top. Good looking run as he breaks over Coach's Knoll. We look to the top for our next competitor, and lo and behold, it's Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer Carson Simison. Carson goes to school at the Steamboat Mountain School, a fantastic boarding school here in Steamboat Springs. Works wonderfully with the club program. Athletes can have a school schedule that works around their ski racing. Carson has been taking advantage of that. And a good looking run for Carson on the upper section of the all-out race trail. Jet Shepard, our next competitor on course. Jet racing for Team Summit. Good fast turns for Jet up here at the top part of the course. I like the attitude. I really see the charge. I see the movement through transition from Jet. He's running a direct line, and that's going to be a move up for Jet Shepard. I am predicting good skiing for Shepard up top. Alex Krupka now on course. Krupka from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Getting rattly up top, it looks like, on those left footers. Krupka trying to keep it on line, trying not to overdo anything up there where he would lose speed. Got 111 on course now. This is Eric Strickler from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Stay on my toes here. Strickler. These skiers in the back of the pack. It's one of the difficult things about ski racing. Lower ranked competitors in the field do not get any breaks. In fact, they have to try to beat the top guys in the more difficult conditions, the rougher courses, and it makes ski racing such a challenging sport. I tell you what, there's nothing more fun than running through a ski course, but it is a really brutal sport when you just focus on the competitive aspect of it sometimes. These racers in the back of the pack are to be commended for their fight out here on the All Out Race Trail. Jack Steiner from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club now on course. Nice turns up top for Jack. Oh, you could see him generating that speed, and then he got a little pushed low. I think he made a couple great turns. Couldn't maybe quite keep up with it as he came onto the flats, but he did a nice job to keep things going. That wasn't too big a mistake. He definitely generated some speed just before that. All right, now our racer from Mexico. This is Alessandro Cantele Fink. Alessandro competing and training with the Eldora Mountain Ski Club. I like the skiing from Alessandro. Again, first time watching some of these competitors since last year. And I see some growth in Alessandro skiing. Muy bien, amigo, as Alessandro has a nice run up top. Our next competitor. This is Henry Regroot. Lakers race athlete. Henry running direct. Wouldn't have hurt on these paneled gates out here today. And Henry, we're going to take a lap, a little extra break to clean up that course after Henry going down. Good aggressive skiing from Regroot. Miles Norris will be our next competitor as we have a brief course hold. All right, we've given Miles the green light. Here we go. Miles Norris, our next competitor on course. Lakers racing. Miles. Oh, Miles getting low. Barely hanging on and staying in there. That was a tough break for Miles. But nice job to stay in there. You are not going to keep Miles Norris from this finish line at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. And Miles is on to the lower pitch. Up next, my best to keep up here, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize. And I have failed you. This is Michael Green from Team Summit. Dynamic skiing. Michael Green looking like a dancer down there as he makes his way through the gates and onto the lower part of the course. Here comes Sharif Zawada from Jordan. We have Trinidad and Tobago's represented in the field today, and the great ski racing nation of Jordan. Mexico, we just saw Alessandro. Sharif now making his way down the slopes of All Out. And the Jordanian ski racer over the breakover now onto the lower section of the course. Our next competitor just about to go. It's going to be Jevin Palmquist. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy is one to watch. His older brother Camden, member of the U.S. ski team, just racing earlier. Jevin has had some incredible finishes already in his first year of FIS racing, scoring at the NorAm Cup races in Beaver Creek just last week. He's been moving up through fields all season long, making moves of 100 skiers and more. If he can do that here, he will be into the flip for the second run. A good clean run at the top for Jevin Palmquist. Adrian Beauregard. This is another one to watch. Hometown skier. Adrian, a winner, double winner at the OPA Cup, the most high-level U16 international competition at Berchtesgaden, Norway last year, and he's a hometown boy. He knows this hill. Adrian Beauregard, first year of FIS racing. He's got to make his move from the back. This is part of the growing up process for racers as they move into FIS. Adrian's got to ski well to move up, and it looks like he's put together a good run up top. This is Oliver Helland from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Really charging. You can just see him putting on the line. He's laying those skis over, trusting they're going to come back around. Fletcher Hutto, our next competitor. Fletcher from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Nice, sharp turns here at the top. Just laying that ski over, standing strong. That ski whips back around. From the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Like how he danced through that difficult groove there on the flats. Hutto really skiing nicely. His way onto the lower section of the course, and we're going to have a brief course hold before we send our next competitor, Oliver Kohlberger. So a couple minutes course hold, and we'll be back with Oliver Kohlberger. All right, we've got word from the jury that the course is clear. And in 30 seconds, we're going to be shooting Oliver Kohlberger from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail out of the gate. Kohlberger's got his poles over the start one, and he's off. Oliver Kohlberger on course. Out. Oh, and Kohlberger making a very athletic move to stay on course. That is a difficult left-footed fall away there. Kohlberger, I don't know how he held it together without losing much speed. That was an impressive recovery. Kohlberger safely onto the lower pitch. Up next, we've got bib number 125, Cayman Beauregard. Cayman, twin brother of Adrian, who we saw just before, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club, local athlete. Cayman really creates some incredible angles. This guy is always raced with flair, and that's a good looking top section for the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer. Up next, Calvin Schaffler now from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Difficult racing conditions there. Calvin threw that difficult fall away left footer pretty well, getting bounced a little bit as he comes onto the flats. The course is definitely rougher, and looking back at the times during that break, it definitely is one of those days where you just have to be patient. It's hard to make a big move up through the field because the course has gotten rougher. Ricky Shea now on course, another Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer. These guys in the back of the pack, it takes time to develop your FIS ranking and profile. The top-ranked skiers go first. And it's one of the hardest things in ski racing to have that patience to slowly build back up towards the front of the field. Ricky Shea, one of these skiers that's looking to make just that move. It's good skiing up top for Ricky and a good start to his holiday classic. Enzo Napoli, another Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer on course. You can see them getting bounced around. We can't see their feet, but you can see the bumps and the chatters. But Napoli skiing a nice high line, and they're using that groove down there through the beach section on the flats. Important not to work any extra against gravity in that section. Napoli skiing quite nicely. All right, up next, we've got bib number 130. This is Banks Biffle. Banks, another Ski and Snowboard Club Vail athlete. Great to see Banks here. He just got the word that he was into the race last night, making the scramble, getting everything ready. It's like, no way am I going to turn down a chance to race in these Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic events. Banks Biffle, an up-and-comer, and that's good skiing there from Banks as he makes his way past the coach's knoll and onto the lower section of the all-out race hill. Our next competitor, Seth Montgomery from Team Summit. These back of the pack racers have got their hands full today. The good news is the sun is out, perfect visibility. The tough news is 130 racers have gone before them. They've got to ski through those difficult conditions in an incredibly talented field to try to move up through the ranks. This is challenge of ski racing at its finest, and here's one guy that's up to the task. Cade Lawton from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Cade, a first-year FIS competitor, getting his first couple starts. When you're a first-year FIS competitor, what does that mean? That means you start in the back. Cade charging. Look at him. Look for that tuck there on the flats multiple times. Cade Lawton racing with the attitude that you have to if you're coming from the back of the pack. That's a good skiing from Cade. Now his teammate Owen Wither, hot on his heels. Owen, Steamboat Mountain School student and athlete with the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Owen pouring himself down the hill. Very aggressive skiing for Wither as he's running the low line. I like the approach. You've got to make something happen from the back of the pack. And Wither is charging hard. Owen Wither, dude, onto the lower section of the course. And let's keep the Steamboat train coming. Here comes Nicholas Bradford, another Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club competitor. Another one of these guys from the back of the pack trying to make the move up through the field. Bradford, good clean turns in there. Getting a little bit inside, but making a nice recovery to stay on his feet. Look at him move into his tuck as well across the beach section, the flat middle part of the all-out race trail. Bradford has made no major mistakes at the top. A nice job for Nicholas Bradford. Parker Kendrick now from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club on course. Nice skiing up top for Parker on that upper pitch. You see the flat ground. They're almost throwing Parker into that next red gate. The slope, it's hard to tell from that camera angle, but the slope goes from one of its steepest points to one of its flattest points in just one gate in that section. All right, the Bradfords just keep coming at you. Here comes Willem, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club competitor. His brother Nicholas just two before, as Willem tackling the slope. A little different style. Willem just smooth and slinky down the hill, just letting it run down the fall line. It looks good for Willem up there. A little grindy coming out of that delay, but a good top of the course for Willem Bradford. Next competitor, Austin Steiner from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Our next competitor on course. Here comes Austin. Coming off the pitch. These tunes right here, very steep. And now this blue gate, it gets flat and it's bumpy. And Austin getting bucked onto his back of his ski, somehow gets back on his feet and he's continuing down the course. Austin Steiner from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. All right, our next competitor will be Sawyer Hutto in the start. We're skipping an interval here for these last few racers. Make sure that they've got a clear course all the way to the bottom. It's been incredible racing so far. And a high finish rate as well, which is great to see to this point. As Sawyer Hutto gets ready to kick out of the start. We've had 122 finishers in the field. That's really impressive. And Hutto now on course. Getting a little bit inside, but he's trying not to pressure too hard, trying to keep it smooth, trying not to let friction between the skis and snow slow him down. Sawyer Hutto has done a nice job. That brings us to our next competitor from Vail. This is going to be Zach Meltz. Zach, a competitor with the Steamboats, or with the Snowboard Club Vail, as he gets the 10-second countdown. Claps his poles over the gate. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And here comes Zach Meltz on course. See Meltz reaching down the hill with those shoulders. Looking to get down the hill as fast as he can. Charging attitude here from Zach Meltz, our second to last racer. A tall order competing in such a large and talented field today. Great to see Meltz tackling the slopes of Steamboat Ski Resort on All Out for the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. And that leaves us with one. Our final racer of the day, Van Glatz from the Loveland Ski Club, wearing bib 142. He gets the 10-second countdown. Van getting ready to go here on the slopes of Steamboat Springs, and the Loveland racer is on course. Our final racer of this morning run. We'll be back at 1 o'clock Mountain Time for the women's second run. And again, that women's first run we did record. We'll be able to post that after the races today. So make sure to tune in because we had some great racing action for the women. But right now you're watching Van Glatz, our final competitor from Loveland. making his way onto the lower pitch. We'll look for Van to get a good finish here today, wrapping up our field. Thanks for tuning in for the first run of the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. We appreciate you. Same channel. We will be back in an hour 20 for that second run, women.
course, ready to go.
All right, we are getting ready to go with our first forerunner. The women's second run is about to begin here on the all-out slope, Howelson Hill. We're at Steamboat Resort. Glad you could join us as we kick off the women's second race run live here on the all-out race trail. For those women's racing fans that were hoping for the morning race, we apologize for our network connection issues. We did record the entire first run and we'll be posting that at the end of the day today for everybody to watch. So come back and check that out. You can find that link on the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic webpage at sswsc.org. Here comes our first forerunner. We are ready to rock and to roll.
First forerunner on course.
As we get our first look here at this second run for the women on the all-out slope. It was an exciting first run. A couple first-year athletes making big moves up through the field into the flip. At least three of them. So those will be exciting to watch. Certainly an advantage to run early. The snow's held up well. The surface on the top is fantastic. But then it definitely did rut up a little bit as we went further down with our runners. So two forerunners. Forerunners checking out the track.
Second and final
Get to run it nice and clean from the beginning.
Their finish and clear course.
We'll get ready for our first racer here in just a moment. That'll be Kat Cosby from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club.
Mid 6-4 in the gate.
All right, our first racer. This is Katerina Cosby. Ready to roll, kick things off. Look to set the pace here for our second and penultimate run here of the first day of Giant Slalom Racing at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Great to have you with us. Good, clean track for Katerina Cosby. She started 64th in that first run. She is absolutely having a blast on this nice, clean course here for the second run. Looking to set the pace for a day for the second run. See if she can be our leader in the finish, which all she needs to do at the moment is get down to the finish to have that title for the moment. To the start for our next racer. This is going to be Dylan Gay, Park City Ski and Snowboard Club.
Did much better on the bottom this run.
We watch Dylan down there. Nicole Begay now on course from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Begay, good, clean run.
Holding one interval for a gate repair.
Look to get the results for you. Katerina Cosby, our leader in the finish. Gay had some problems down below, and as it did not finish, our next competitor to go in the start,
Speaking of slipper,
bib number 20, Taya Kissel.
low line on the right foot of red.
Yeah, from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club.
It's like two.
So, of course, workers do a little bit of cleanup down below on course. Taya patiently waiting her turn. Katarina Cosby, our current leader, down in the finish at the moment. Taya will be starting on our next interval. Teammates and friends cheering Taya on as she pushes out of the start. The Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club athlete is on course. Swingy turns up here at the top. The second run course set by Doug Elzey from Team Summit. Onto the beach they go. This is the flatter section that we talked about. A little bit definitely important for the racers to keep their momentum through those flats. Now it gradually breaks over onto the lower pitch. That's a little preview of the course. Got the upper section of the course available for everybody to watch as our next competitor, Archie Lennon, the Australian, racing with the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club, now on course. Talked about it in that first round. Absolutely love Archie as a ski racing name. Can't think of a better one. Arcing those turns. Arc is a clean turn, very hardly any spray coming off the skis. That's the goal for Archie. She does throw some spray as she goes over the breakover at Coach's Pick Point. Tia Kissel is into the lead as we look at the leaderboard down there. Our next competitor out of the start, this is going to be Tiana Bruce from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. And a stop-start called for Tiana. Good for her. She heard it just as they called the jury up. The call was made just as she went out of the start. And safely back up to the start for Tiana. We'll have a brief course hold. We'll let Tiana collect herself again and get ready to go. Difficult for an athlete mentally to go through that preparation, being all ready to go, and then get pulled out of the start like that. But Tiana's a pro. That was a nice job, and we'll get her underway here in just a few moments. So we'll keep track of the leader on the right-hand side of your screen there. We had a camera down to the lower section. Unfortunately, that just went out before the race started, so we'll try to collect that back here as the race goes. But a big thank you to our camera operators and our crew for providing this live video stream here. The Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club believes strongly in providing access to everybody to the amazing skiing of these athletes. And this Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic field this year is truly exceptional. Exciting racing, $34,000 of prize money going out over the 4 days here. $2,000 will go to our winner today. And our top U18 will win $250. There's prize money down to the top 5 overall, plus that top U18. The overall winner for the 4-day event gets their name etched on the Holiday Classic trophy, has 22 male and female champions over the course of this event. And so the skiers will be gunning to get their name on that trophy and an extra $1,000 at the end of the event Thursday. All right, we've got a course clear. Tiana in the start, getting ready to go from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Smacking those leaky poles together as she gets the countdown, and Tiana Bruce is on course from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Tiana 25th after the first run. Into her tuck. Skiing aggressively is Bruce. Always a strong technical skier. I think that run she shows a bit more of her aggression, which is important on this hill. All right, Althea Noyes will be our next competitor from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. And Althea, a good strong start. Althea Noyes is on course. Just nice, smooth rhythm. Oh, and Althea again a little bit twisted there, hooked up perhaps on a cross rut, just caught that edge, and big bummer for Althea Noyes. She had a nice start going, but unfortunately it's going to be a did not finish for Althea Noyes. That brings us to Ashley Anderson in the start, Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer, and she is underway. String of Ski and Snowboard Club Vail athletes trying to chase down our current leader, Taya Kissel. Ashley into her tuck. Aggressive skiing here from Ashley. She charged hard in that first run too, trying to clean it up. Getting a little bit wild there going over Coach's nose. But again, hard to tell. Is that a go fast mistake? Definitely Ashley Anderson was attacking. Ella Snyder, our next competitor out of the start. Ella, nice strong start. The Team Summit Racers on course. This course was set by her coach, Doug Elsey. Hopefully setting it for Ella to be super fast on. Just a smooth, graceful skier. And look at that attacking, aggressive mindset down there as she skis across the beach. The middle flat section of All Out. Now she's skiing past the coaches at the pick point breakover and onto the lower section. That was a super clean run from Ella Snyder as we see on that leaderboard that Ashley Anderson has moved into the top spot. As the collegiate racers start to take to the course, Michelle Curvin from the University of Utah, the Swede, is our first collegiate racer here in the second run. Curvin, an aggressive line up there, going incredibly straight at the gates. Love the contrast of the white suit and the bright green skis. Curvin definitely skiing strong. Well, getting a little bumped low there as she crosses over the coach's pick point onto the lower section. But that was aggressive skiing from Curvin. Catherine McKenney, our next racer. Catherine. Sorry about that. We'll correct that. That is Josephine Trueblood. One of my favorite ski racers, Jose. Cruising down that top pitch and into her tuck onto the flats. Jose Trueblood, definitely hungry, definitely wanting at the University of Denver Pioneer. Wants to put down a lot of good runs on this hill. It'll be the trail that the NCAA championships will be hosted on in March. We'll look and see how Trueblood does as our next racer, Carlota. Course. Carlotta, Westminster College racer from Italy. Ashley Anderson holding on to the lead down there below is Carlotta Marcori. Westminster College, good clean skiing up top. It's smooth, it looks fast. I saw no braking there. Throwing a little bit of snow on that delay to start the lower pitch, but that's setting up that lower pitch in there. That's okay. Now our first University of Colorado Buffalo Finnish skier, Julia Tovinen. Julia on course. University of Colorado Buffaloes hosting the NCAA championships held here in Steamboat March 6th through the 9th, 2024. You do not want to miss those races. And Toivonen making her way down the lower section. Toivonen, an aggressive, straight, attacking line. As we look to the start in our next competitor, and this is going to be one to watch, ladies and gentlemen. All the way from the 61st start position, a first-year FIS racer. This is Vika Zatseva from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Her Anderson still in the lead at the bottom. Vika made a huge move up through the field, starting 61st, finished 15th, and look at her cut off these turns. Huge edge angles as she just sets that edge, stands strong on it, dances down the fall line to the next turn. Vika Zatseva is really got it in gear, that run. That looks really fast to me. That run could be trouble for our current leader. Down at the finish, Ashley Anderson. Ashley Campbell from the University of Colorado, the Canadian, our next skier to go out of the start. Campbell on course. Veteran collegiate skier up there. You can see the Canadian. Strong turns. You see the strength in the legs. Trying to carry that speed onto the flats. This flat section right now slowly starts to break over as they cross the coach's pick point. We look to the leaderboard, and it looks like, in fact, Vika Zatseva has taken over the lead as our next competitor, Lana Zubasnik, Lana from Montana State, our next competitor on course. Zubasnik, Montana State competitor. Super smooth up there on that lower section, using the tails of her skis, trying to generate momentum, kind of popping out of those turns. A little bit of jetting off the tails. As Zubasnik looks solid. Molly Mueller will be our next competitor out of the start. Molly Mueller, Colby College competitor. Here goes Molly. Skiing with Coach Eric Harlow, one of the finest in the business. Molly has spent plenty of time here at Steamboat, former member of the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club back in the day. And Mueller looking strong up here on top. It's going to take a good run today. Vika Zatseva has absolutely smoked it as Lena Zubasnik takes over the lead. Molly Mueller is going to take her turn to try to unseat the leader. Our next competitor now, University of Colorado Buffalo. This is Denise Dingsletter, the Austrian, representing the Golden Buffaloes of Colorado. And Dingsletter is on course. A lot at stake for these competitors. This really, for the collegiate athletes, is an opportunity to lower their fist point profile, maybe earn some money, and gain confidence on this hill in hopes of making their team's NCAA squad of just 3 men and 3 women, which is a tall order for these stacked teams like the University of Colorado. Dingsletter looking strong up on the top of the course. Our next competitor in the start, this is Sarah Steele, Park City Ski and Snowboard Club athlete, Canadian. And Steele is on course. Molly Mueller has moved into the lead down below. Steele, she did this the first run too. There's no respect given to this course. She is running the most direct line of the field as she just hurdles herself down the hill. Hardly any room up above the gate, but you know what? This course can be overskied very easily. That looked pretty fast up here for Steele. It'll be interesting to see how it comes out on the clock. As the Utah Ute steps into the start gate, this is Kaja Norby, hailing from Norway, a member of the NCAA 2023 champion team. Utah will be looking to defend their title when they come back to the slopes in March. Norby looking for a title here today. Dingsletter has taken over the lead down at the bottom. We've got a Buffalo on top at the finish, and we've got a Ute looking to overtake her on course right now. Norby was smooth and fast up on the top of the course. Next competitor in the gate, let's make some noise. This is Steamboat Springs' own Lily Sewell, Canadian ski racer, skiing with the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club, a post-grad athlete, and Lily was phenomenal in that first run using her home hill knowledge. Super smooth, and you look at her hucking her skis down the fall line. This is aggressive skiing from Sewell. It's been a grind. Sewell's been out on the NORAM circuit. Great to be back home on the slopes of Steamboat Springs, and Lily Sewell looking really good. She had a great first run with a good move. And that second run was looking great as well. Talk about hometown. Here's Elsie Halverson, the Harvard skier. Skied for the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club many a year. So impressive, amazing student, amazing athlete. Elsie Halverson, loving being back on her home trail here, the all-out race hill at Steamboat Ski Resort. And Elsie is looking strong. Nice clean turns all the way through the upper pitch and over Coach's Knoll onto the lower section. See if she can turn some of that hometown knowledge into a great result as we're into the top 7 from the first run now. This is Nora Brand, University of Denver skier out of Germany. Nora Brand on course. Nora has won more than one Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic events. She is definitely charging. She wants to be in the money. She'll be at the Champions Dinner Tuesday night, a great holiday classic tradition, just like the Masters Golf Tournament. Nora Brand skiing direct. I like that approach, going over Pick Point Knoll and past the coaches. Nora Brand is definitely getting after it. Mia Hunt will be our next competitor as Dingsletter continues to hold on to the lead at the finish. It's a DU Pioneer trying to unseat that CU Buffalo in the lead down at the bottom. Here we go. Mia Hunt on course. Mia, Park City native. Now skiing for the University of Denver. Strong skiing up top for Mia Hunt. Really focusing on keeping those skis clean, trying to keep it in the fall line. And Nora Brand has moved into the lead down at the finish. Knew that she would be hungry for that. Caroline Jones, University of Colorado transfer, now on course. She was with the University of Vermont, now doing some graduate work at the University of Colorado to finish up her collegiate career. Great to have Caroline back in Colorado. She's a former Ski and Snowboard Club Vail competitor. She skied this hill many a time. Caroline Jones, also a past Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic winner. In fact, she has her name on the overall trophy. A little bobble for Caroline. We'll see if that's costly as she makes her way over Coach's Knoll at the pick point. Now we're into the top 4. In the start, Colorado Mountain College racer Nicola Roundtree Williams. Nicola was absolutely flying that first run. Oh no! Little piece of terrain there. Nicola was really charging. She was going for the big bucks. And just got a little hung up there. There's a piece of terrain there that, if you're not careful, can trip you up. It caught Nicola, and that's going to be a disappointing result as Caroline Jones moves into the lead at the bottom with 3 to go. That means Caroline's in the money. It's just going to be a question of how much. Claire Timmerman, University of Utah, Ute on course. The Canadian skier was 3rd fastest after that first run. Looking to unseat the Colorado Buffalo at the top, down at the finish line. Claire Timmerman, the Canadian, smooth, silky smooth skiing up here through the beach section down to the lower part of the course. Getting a little thrown as she makes her way over that breakover. That's a terrain change there. It's hard to tell from the camera angle. Made a nice recovery to stay in it, but that's an unsettling place to kind of get hung up as the University of Denver pioneer Sarah Rask from Sweden. Big, strong start for the Swede as she is on course. Sarah Rask, she's got some Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic titles to her name. She'll be at the Champions Dinner Tuesday night She's running a little wild and woolly up there, but it looks like she's going fast. I don't see any mistakes that have caused her to lose speed, but she is definitely putting the pedal to the metal. Claire Timmerman has just moved into the lead down at the bottom, but Sarah Rask is putting together a fast run up top, and now we're down to one at the start. University of Denver skier Liv Moritz, a member of the U.S. ski team and the University of Denver. It's so great to see these athletes competing collegiately and at the national team level. Liv, a really talented athlete and student. And she is on course as we look to see if there's a lead change down at the bottom. Liv Moritz looking clean up here. Could it be her first ever Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic title? Sarah Rask has moved into the lead down below. It's going to be nip and tuck as Liv Moritz makes her way towards the finish. And time will tell as we look to that leaderboard if she can hold on to that top spot. Sage Sappenfield will be our next competitor on course. 31st after that first run for Sage. Sarah Rask still looking good on that leaderboard as Liv Moritz makes her way towards the finish. Wish we had a camera down there, but we're watching Sage Sappenfield up top right now from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail, and she's skiing great. I always tell that skier who's starting 31st to make it look like the top seed has not flipped yet. Sage, good looking skiing down there, and ladies and gentlemen, we have got a new race leader. Liv top spot as we speak. Liv Moritz from the University of Denver and U.S. ski team, unofficially our first Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic champion. Unless there's a Hail Mary or miracle from the back, it's going to be one heck of a showdown this week. Jenna Sheldon from Loveland, good strong skiing up there, nice run at the top. As we look to our next competitor, this is Solveig Moritz. Let's see what she can channel. The younger sister of Liv. She is now a Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer and skiing nicely in her first year of FIS racing down below. Older sister is currently in the lead at the bottom. Solveig looking to channel that Moritz magic on the slopes of Steamboat Resort today. And that was a good looking run for Solveig up at the top. Our next competitor now. As we follow her down, it's going to be bib number 40, Abby Dembeck. Abby skiing for Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. I commented in that first run, I think Abby's really made some great improvements in the off-season. That's good-looking skiing again for Dembeck from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Our next competitor, this is Sophie Haggard from Snowbird. On course, Sophie wearing bib number 32. Saw her get a little bit launched on that piece of terrain I was talking about that took out Nicola Roundtree Williams earlier. Sophie staying in there, trying to now carry that speed through the flat section. The beach section, when the sun's out, it is beach weather down there on all out. And Sophie looks like she's had a clean run through all of that. Emma Powers, our next competitor now on course. Emma from the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club. She's hurdling herself down the hill. She, too, got thrown by that little piece of terrain. That is a difficult section. It'll be one to watch, especially as these racers in this part of the field are really charging. And I tell you what, Emma is really getting after it. I think there's some fire after that first run. Emma not pleased with where she finished, and she's looking to prove something, and that was good. That was good. All right, here's our next competitor on course. That's going to be Stella Sherlock from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Stella getting a little bit wide. Coming onto the flats. The trick is, can she keep it clean? Can she keep it moving down the hill? Now we see her kind of arcing a round line. She makes her way across the flats into the delay going over Pick Point. Here we go, Sophia Palmquist, our next competitor on course. Sophia, Team Summit competitor. Two brothers racing in the men's field today, Camden and Jevon. Sophia representing the prolific Palmquist ski racing family. On the women's side, And she's done a nice job on this upper section. No problems from what I can tell as Sophie Stocker takes to the course. Stocker looking strong down here. All right, back to the top. Our next competitor. This must be Molly McTeague because the crowd up here is going wild. Molly McTeague from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Really laying those skis over. Almost putting both hands on the ground there through that turn on the fall-away, but somehow staying on her feet. Molly McTeague really letting it fly here on this second run. The Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club skier looking to make some more moves up through the field. All right, back to the top. Maisie Douglas now on course. Maisie from the Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Maisie, one of these competitors, first year of FIS racing, has to work from the back, work her way up through the field. It takes patience, it takes time, especially in a field that is so dense with competitors as this one at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Maisie skiing very well down here. She makes her way onto that lower pitch. Have a brief course hold. Chance to catch our breath as we wait for Zoe Heinrich McMullen. She'll be our next competitor out of the start. Rundown of our all right, just getting confirmation that we've got a clear course, and we've got Zoe Heinrich McMullen in the start, getting ready to go. She comes from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail, Zoe Heinrich McMullen. Into her tuck down in this lower section, creating some really nice angles across the beach there. Can start to see some grooves developing. About 40 skiers have gone down the course so far. Jessie Ferguson is on course now. Jessie, Colorado Mountain College Eagle. Beautiful campus here in Steamboat Springs for Colorado Mountain College. Jessie getting used to this hill. I believe it's Jessie's first year on the team, so she's logged a bit of training on this hill and will really be comfortable with it as we are back for FIS racing at the CU Spencer James Nelson Invitational. Lucy Worth now on course. That race will be at the end of January or start of February. I can't remember which, but Lucy Worth now from Jackson Hole is on course, the Jackson Hole Ski Club racer. Had racing on their home turf there just a few days ago, made the trip down here to Steamboat to compete in the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Great to have these Western region competitors in the field today. All right, up next, Whitney Diamond. And Whitney, snowbird racer. Good strong pole plant for Whitney. You see her working aggressively to recenter in her transition. Try to keep her body moving down the hill to help her lay those skis over and make clean, strong turns down this mountain. Whitney Diamond with a good run up on the top of the course. Our next competitor, this is Lucy Curtis. Lucy, Park City Ski and Snowboard Club racer. Good strong skiing up there from Lucy. Now she comes off the pitch onto the flats. This is important. Carry that momentum across the flats. Good clean skiing. Lucy looks like she's flying across the beach section of the course. Now she comes over the final breakover and onto the important lower pitch is Annika Jobson. Gets ready to go. Annika, Ski and Snowboard Club Vale Racer.
42.
That was a nice turn right there. Nimble over that little piece of terrain, but got a little bit low. She made such a good turn on that right foot before that piece of terrain. I think the speed just caught her off guard. But nice job staying in the course. Annika Jobson from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. I like the aerodynamics across the beach there as she makes her way onto the lower section. All right, looks like we've got some last minute instructions for Sienna Hendrickson up here at the start. Sienna, Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club racer. And there she goes out of the start, Hendrickson, Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Oh, riding like a bronco buck there. I tell you what, she used all of her strength to get back onto that right ski and stay on the course, and she didn't look like she lost any speed as she made her way onto the beach in there. A good recovery from Hendrickson as she's getting after it. Samara Hitt, our next competitor. Samara from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale on course. Ah, getting pushed low there. That is the tricky section, just 4 or 5 gates in. Test if these competitors are really ready. It's a wake-up call. Samara Hitt. Ripping down the lower section of the course. Getting a little sideways there as she makes her way across the knoll there. Our next competitor now on course. This is Julia Wordley. You can tell by the Great Britain downhill suit. Loveland Ski Club competitor. And Julia out. Another victim of that difficult section. That is definitely the tricky spot, perhaps, of the course, as I haven't heard about too many athletes not finishing down below. Here we go, hometown girl Hazel Fernley. Let's see if she's got this terrain down. Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer, her first year of FIS racing. Good transition. Nice job over that difficult section. This girl is strong. She worked hard in that off season. Saw her out there lifting weights, running sprints up Howelson Hill. Hazel Fernley, and she's using that strength there. That was good skiing up top for Fernley. Our next competitor is Eden Bohart. Bohart from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Nice quick turns foot to foot there. Just lays that ski over, boom, and she's off to the next one. Skiing a high line up above the tracks of the other skiers up there, looking for some clean snow perhaps. Eden Bohart with a good smooth run up top. Up next from Team Winter Park, here comes Olivia Niedzwecki. Niedzwecki has put down plenty of laps here on this all-out race trail. Long-time competitor with the Winter Park Competition Center. Into her tuck goes Niedzwecki, doing everything she can to be as fast as she can across the flat section there on the beach. And now over past the coaches at Pick Point. Now Madison Von Melville on course. Maddie from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Nice job down here on this, coming off the pitch. Now she's onto the flats past our lower start. Now's the time to really turn on the jets. It's pretty flat, few little rolls down there across that flat section. Now it begins to get steeper as they make their way onto the lower pitch through that delay. Look for our next competitor now. Got a brief course hold as we get our next competitor into the gate. We've got bib number 54. Tiffany Gorman. Coming in hot to the start house, Australian competitor racing with Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Here she comes. Tiffany Gorman is on course. Moritz, former Ski and Snowboard Club Vale athlete, our current leader at the bottom. Looks like taking the title of the first race winner here of the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Tiffany Gorman getting a little bit hung up on a few gates in there. She's skiing an aggressive approach. Now we've got Camille Natter from Loveland on course. Natter doing a nice job up there, really creating some big angles. You see that angulation in her body. Running an aggressive low line, Natter. She got bounced around that first run, I remember, but I really liked the attack. As Natter goes onto the lower section, Emma Bellotti gets ready to go up top. Bib number 48 out of Team Winter Park, the competition center competitor, ripping down the mountain. Oh, Bellotti getting all twisted sideways there on that difficult piece of terrain. You saw her try to make that move, but she just got a bit rotated and inside, and that got her in trouble. She's mad now. Look at her attack this middle flats. Emma Bellotti looking to make up that some time lost from up above. And here comes Marin Elvidge, Colby Sawyer College. Marin. Collegiate ski racing. She told me yesterday, she said, man, this feels a little bit weird. I haven't been skiing for a long time. That's one of the things that happens with some of these collegiate ski racers. Difficult to get the training time early season with all the studying going on and the school schedules. But I tell you what, Marin continues to be impressive with her technique and attack. Here we go, Kylie Blakely from Team Summit now on course. Getting bounced around a little bit on that blue gate, but really no trouble up there with that difficult piece of terrain. Blakely, his course set by her coach, Doug Elsie. A good looking run for Blakely. Here comes Addison Delaney, Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Addison, looking solid. See those angles again for Delaney. Hands down by her side. She's looking to charge. You see him come forward for a momentary tuck as she looks to gain any aerodynamic advantage that she can. Here comes a Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer. Up next, Kaylin White. Kaylin, another one of these competitors, it looks like she's got something to prove. I like this skiing up here. Aggressive attitude. Into her tuck on that. She's really setting up these turns nicely, up a little bit higher than some of the other tracks we've seen. It's really good skiing. I mean, really good skiing. But sometimes on this hill, you can overdo it. Let's see how that time comes out for Kaylin. Definitely good skiing, though. Evelyn Wogeman, Jackson Hole Ski Club, getting thrown off that little bump, but manages to stay in there. A nice job for Wogeman. Into her tuck on the flats. Aggressive approach. As Wogeman now approaches Coach's Knoll, it starts to get steeper. This is an important part of the course. As Wogeman goes out of view, we've got Stinnett on course now. Stella Stinnett. And Stella safely through the upper section of the course. Our next competitor, wearing bib number 58, this is Eva Crony Ferraluli from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale, and another victim of that difficult fall-away, left-footed fifth gate. Unfortunately, it's going to be a short afternoon for Eva. Our next competitor, this is Darianne Kenny. Darianne from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. She's well navigated through that difficult section, trying to carry the speed onto the flats now. See those angles as she lays it over. It's really fun watching those right footers as they get onto the flats. They try to use the hill. There's a bit of a fall away to the left, and so they try to use the top part of that turn to accelerate into their turns. Next up, it's Ashley Bailey, another Team Winter Park skier. Bailey, good high line, skiing up above the rut, looking for some clean snow. This course has been well traveled. Out of the start, it's Sophia Stanley, Loveland Ski Club. I'm sorry, that's Merritt Flanagan, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. I'm going to hear it for that one. It's great to see Merritt skiing in the Holiday Classic. Her brother has for many years, and Merritt finally a FIS athlete. It's her first chance to do so, and she's done a great job. So here's Sophia Stanley, Loveland Ski Club racer. No problems at the top for Sophia. Now she's onto the flats. Again, some of these athletes skiing a higher line, trying to avoid that rut, perhaps, the groove that's developed there on the beach. And our next competitor, Abby Snook, on course. Abby from Team Summit. I like the moves up top. This is good skiing from Snook. Abby Snook from Team Summit. Follow her down as far as we can as we're skipping an interval for our final few racers, just to make sure that we've got a clean field all the way through. Skiing into the start now, it's going to be Riley Riggs. Riley, Winter Park Competition Center racer. Her first time here in the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic, I believe. Smacking those leaky poles together. She awaits the countdown. Riley Riggs, Team Winter Park, good strong start, and she's on course. Riley Riggs. Quick switch to the skis to see how she manages that little piece of terrain. Nicely done for Riley. She makes her way down off the first pitch. Now she's on the flats. Into her tuck she goes. Looking for speed down here across this flat section. Aren't many places at Winter Park on a race hill that are that flat. Now it breaks over onto that lower pitch for Riley. We've got two competitors left. We're going to start with Taylor Voigt. Taylor in the start. Remember the Team Afton trains at Afton Alps. Just outside the Twin Cities, a beautiful spot there by the St. Croix River. All right, Taylor getting ready to go, pounding those skis, and here comes Taylor Voigt on course. Afton racer. It's impressive to see these Midwestern skiers tackle the Colorado slopes. Taylor skied out here plenty, but by about now she'd be at the bottom of Afton Alps, and she's not even halfway down the all-out race hill. Taylor skiing strong over the pick point, break over where the coaches are standing, and onto the lower part of the coach goes Taylor. And finally, our final competitor here, it's going to be Cambry Burke from Team Winter Park, our last female racer out of the gate. The men underway here in about 25 minutes. The Cambry Burke Team Winter Park will be our next and final female racer. On course for the competition center athlete Cambry Burke. Smooth, strong skiing from Burke here to finish things out. What a talented field we've had here today at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Some really good skiing here from Burke, our final competitor in the women's event. Nicely done from Cambry, and that's going to wrap up our coverage of the women's giant slalom Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Some great racing on the hill today. Liv Moritz, our unofficial top finisher. In the race today, Sarah Rask unofficially in second position, Claire Timmerman in third, Caroline Jones in fourth, and Nora Brand rounding out our top five. All of our top five competitors will be in the money for today's event. So congratulations to them. We're going to take a break, and the men will get underway at 2:15 Mountain Standard Time. Don't you go anywhere. All right, setting the stage here for the men's second run. We're just about to get underway here with 4 runners. 126 competitors still in the field here for the second run of racing, the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. It's unbelievable, and we're stacked at the top. Our leader after the first run, Cooper Puckett, he's got a half-second cushion over Cooper Cornelius and Bridger Guile right behind him. 2 more skiers within a second, Loic Chablis and Jeremy Lagier. Simon Fournier and Loic Chablis. Jeremy Lagier in 6th position after that first run. Nick Curwood, Jeremy Nolting, Callum Langmuir are going to kick us off as the first 3 racers out of the gate to start this second run. As our forerunner is in the gate, we are getting ready to roll here. 2 of the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. First run,
All right,
super
Dr.
exciting.
Terry, we're ready to start the men's second
So we're
run.
looking to get a clear course,
2 forerunners. Let's go ahead and
lined up and ready to go for our competitors.
start copies of clear course. First forerunner in the gate on the next interval.
All right, we've got a clear course. Our forerunners are in the gate, getting ready to go. Checking the course, make sure that everything is clear, making sure that the timing is working. Hagen, Bates College Ski Racer. Field so competitive this year that Kyle was not able to get a spot in coming back home. As a Bates racer, he's an Eastern Region athlete. There are limited fields for out-of-region competitors, and Kyle unfortunately left on the outside looking in, so he's getting more runs than anybody out here this week as a forerunner, getting to run a clean course. That's not a bad deal. But certainly Kyle wishing that he was able to race in this year's competition. Our second forerunner on course.
Final forerunner on course will hold first racer for their finish in clear course.
So if you're just joining us, we've got footage of the upper section of the course today. We just got word from our IT that tomorrow we should be good to go with coverage on the upper and lower sections. That'll be exciting. Get a chance for you to watch that lower pitch down there into the finish of this all-out race venue. Thanks for tuning in and checking things out. Is our first racer in the start, Nick Curwood, Boston College racer, getting ready to go. It's a holiday classic spirit here. Our hand timers ready. Race jury ready. As our last forerunner makes her way through the finish. Once she's through and clear, we get a thumbs up. We'll be sending Nick Curwood from Boston College. Curwood actually in a 29th place tie with Jeremy Nolting. Our top 30 skiers will be the first ones onto the course running in reverse order. So that means Nick Curwood gets the nod as the first racer down the course. No stranger to this hill. Ski and Snowboard Club Vale athlete. And Curwood on course. We're underway. Second run, Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic Giant Slalom. Nick Curwood, Boston College racer, setting the pace on this second run. Track set by Fletcher McDonald from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. It looks like a cruiser up here at the top. Very fast. Curwood running a direct line as he goes through the beach section over Coach's Knoll at Pick Point there. Our next competitor in the start, this is Jeremy Nolting. Steamboat Springs skier racing for the Apex 2100 Academy based out of Tignes, France this season. Nolting on course. He knows this hill better than anybody growing up at the winter sports skiing for Apex, and Nolting attacking the heck out of the top part of this course. Lining him over and zipping through the turn. Nolting through the beach and onto the lower section. Our next competitor at the top, it's going to be bib number 32, Callum Langmuir. Langmuir from Great Britain, racing for the Cliff Racing Team. Nick Kerwood, our leader, at the bottom right now. Langmuir skiing strong up here on top, breaking over that pitch. Nolting taking over the lead down below, 146.53 the pace as Langmuir makes his way down to the bottom, and our course crew scrambles to fix some gates down there on the lower pitch. These guys are really hammering. Langmuir making his way towards the finish. Jeremy Nolting currently sitting in the top spot as our next competitor being held at the start while some course repair takes place up there. It's going to be next racer out of the gate will be Justin Bigetel.
We made a gate repair on the top. Do you have a gate down there that needs repair? Red gate popped out below Island Light Tower. Needs a new hole. Gate's in the track.
All right, these athletes really charging, doing some damage to the course here in the second run. It's a ripper. Doing some quick math there. Jeremy Nolting in that first run with a 54, time of 54.25. His second run time, 52.28. So it looks like the course a little bit faster.
Hey, Big Boy, can you pull that person out of the coach that's slipping with all that gear?
And we'll continue with that hold for course repair. We'll be back with Justin Bigetel momentarily.
All right, gates repaired. Clear. Copy, clear course. Bib 41 in the gate in 40 seconds.
All right, we've got a clear course. Justin Bigetel, U.S. Ski Team. Our next competitor on the course, he's got a 10-second countdown.
Bib 41 on course.
And on course, here comes Justin Bigetel, U.S. Ski Team member. They call him Biggie. Dancing his way down this course. Off the first pitch and on to the middle flats here, the beach section of the all-out race trail. Biggie running a direct low line as he crosses the flats over the pick point knoll and past the coaches onto the lower pitch.
Right below pick point. We need a new hole.
All right, here comes hard charging Nick Unkovskoy. Middlebury College racer, former Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club athlete. He knows this hill well. Spent plenty of years here at the Winter Sports Club honing his craft. Actually got a GS title to his name here in this event. As the athletes continue to punish this course, we've got another course hold for course repair.
They're popping below Island Light Tower too. Follow the drill for the next one. No, is there any other coaches or anything? Not really, huh? Joe or anything? No, they're all down.
All right, right, we've got the word that the course is clear from our jury. Matt Macaluso will be our next competitor on course, Colorado Mountain College Eagle. We'll be sending him in 40 seconds. So, looking to unseat our current leader in the finish, Jeremy Nolting. Macaluso 25th fastest in that first run. And on course comes Macaluso, Colorado Mountain College skier. Beautiful campus here in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. An amazing view overlooking both the Steamboat Resort ski area, Mount Werner, where we are today, and right over the top of Howelson Hill. Know how you can sit in class with those views of these incredible ski areas out your window and focus. But Macaluso does his best. Good skiing up top for Macaluso is Oscar Zimmer, now on course. Zimmer, Dartmouth College racer. It's got a fun flow to it up here, this course does, set by Fletcher McDonald from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. A little bit more open, kind of moves around on the hill. Flowy and fun. It looks fast up there. And onto the lower section goes Zimmer. Our next competitor will be Roman Frost. Frost, a Westminster College competitor. German ski racer. Good clean skiing up here on top. You see him lay those skis over, knife that turnaround, and off to the next skate. Throwing some snow there as he passes pick point. But that looked like a good run for the Westminster College skier. Here we go, University of Denver pioneer Jack Bowers. Our next competitor on course is Oscar Zimmer, is taking the lead down below. Bowers hammering up here. University of Denver Pioneer looking to carry the Pioneers to a great finish at NCAA championships here on the slopes of Colorado. Our next competitor, Thomas Hoffman, University of Denver Aussie, skiing for Australia. Talking about the University of Denver, for the last 2 years that the NCAA championships have been hosted on these slopes here in Steamboat like it will be this year, the University of Denver came out on top. Hoffman could be part of that team. Looking for a strong finish here to show that he's ready for that NCAA championship competition. Next up, Dan Gillis on course. Gillis, Dartmouth racer, racing for Dartmouth College. Always charging is Gillis, a big, strong ski racer. The question for Gillis often on a hill like this is, can he keep that light touch on the edges to keep his momentum moving down the hill? Here comes Ryder Sarchett, University of Colorado. Sun Valley product. Some great ski racing bloodlines for Ryder Sarchett. Sticking his nose in the fall line this run, ladies and gentlemen, is Ryder Sarchett, University of Colorado, going straight at this thing. Looks like a good run up top for the University of Colorado Buffalo. Here comes U.S. ski team racer, former Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club participant racer, Jay Poulter. Poulter knows this hill well. He knows he's got to put the hammer down. Few little mistakes there through the middle section. Is it because of the speed that he's carrying the time? We'll soon tell as Oscar Zimmer continues to hold on to that lead. We've got a hold up top. Again, these athletes continuing to beat up our course here on the All Out Race Trail. All right, we got 30 seconds to go for our next competitor. We've got Christian Oliveira Sovik, a Norwegian skier, racing for the University of Denver Pioneers. Down at the finish, Oscar Zimmer in the lead. Jeremy Nolting, 1/100th of a second behind Ryder Charchette in third, as Christian Oliveira Sovik from Norway on course. Christian looking solid up here on the upper section. We're looking for full-length coverage tomorrow. Today, just here at the top of the course, amazing skiing from these athletes. Our next competitor on course. This is Benny Brown, racing for Dartmouth College this year. Benny, Park City, prolific ski racer out of the Park City program. Great to see him donning Dartmouth uniform and representing well. It's Benny get a little wild as he breaks over that last pitch. The last break over past pick point onto the lower section. It's going to be Jack Reich, our next competitor on course. Reich, a former Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club athlete, now racing for the University of Colorado. Golden Buff. Jack Reich knows this hill well. And he's charging hard to make a move up our leaderboard here. It is wide open down there near the finish. As we got another course hold, we wait for Tristan Lane, our next competitor. But it's Jack Reich on course. His way down to the lower section. This course, definitely a little bit more open and fast. These competitors more comfortable with the hill. They're charging, they're hammering the gates. And in that process, we've had extra course repair this run as Jack Reich skis into the third position, just 4/100ths of a second back. Our top three separated by just 4/100ths of a second. Oscar Zimmer is our current leader from Dartmouth College. Jeremy Nolting just 1/100th of a second back. In second place, Jack Reich in third. Ryder Charchette, the University of Colorado Buffalo, in fourth position. And Jay Poulter from the U.S. ski team currently sitting in that fifth spot. So we're just over halfway through our top seed. Tristan Lane getting ready to go next. He was in 14th place after that first run. Our first run leader, Cooper Puckett, U.S. ski teamer, local Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club athlete, has that lead after the first run. But things are changing. Lots of movement in our second run results as we look down the standings. Oscar Zimmer's jumped up 9 positions already in this second run. Jeremy Nolting's moved up 13. Nick Kerwood's moved up 9 positions. So this is the moving run for sure. All right, here comes Tristan Lane, independent racer, representing the stars and stripes on his suit. Tristan Lane on course. Tristan just loves the sport of ski racing. I love the guys that have had many different life cycles through their ski racing career, and Tristan is one of them. Just keeps on going, keeps on racing, keeps on skiing fast, and just loves the sport. That's what it's all about. Up next, we've got a Dartmouth College racer, Oliver Morgan. Morgan on course. Great to see Oliver representing the Big Green. Eastern Region competitor. Great to see him here on the slopes of Steamboat Springs and Steamboat Ski Resort. Next racer on course, this is Cliff Racer from Hungary, Balint Uri. Balint has had a busy couple weeks of racing through the NorAm Series, the last 2 weeks at Copper Mountain and Beaver Creek, and now at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic, ripping up the slopes of Steamboat Resort. And on to the lower section of the course is Yuri. Our top 3 are still holding on. In fact, our top 5 still holding on down there. Unofficial results at the moment have Oscar Zimmer in the lead. 1/100th of a second behind. Jeremy Nolting has already moved up 16 spots. Jack Reich in third, just 4/100ths of a second behind. Ryder Sarchette, less than 1/10 of a second behind that in fourth. And Jay Poulter holding on still in 5th position. Got a course hold for a little bit more course repair as Alejandro Puente Tacias, the Spanish skier from Westminster College, getting ready to go up top. All right, we've got a course clear. Alejandro Puente Tacias pulls over the start wand. He's ready to go, and Westminster College racer is on course. The lone Spanish skier in our field today. Almost 20 nations represented in the field here at this year's Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Some of the finest international ski racing you'll see anywhere. Puente Tacias really putting the hammer down up top. Looks like a good run up top. Are we going to see a shift in those standings down there? Our top 5 have been unchanged for quite some time. As on course now, we've got Adrian Mindy Hunshammer from the University of Denver, Norwegian skier. Hunshammer making a big move in that first run to ski into the top 10 from the 26th start position. And he's onto the lower section. Looks like a good solid run up top for Adrian. Now our next competitor, it's going to be Jacob Dilling, University of Colorado Buffalo. Dilling right into his tuck. Aggressive attitude right out of the gate for the Colorado Buffalo. Top 5, it remains unchanged as Dilling makes his way down. We're into the top 10 skiers from that first run. Dilling putting down the hammer. University of Colorado skiers good up top. We'll see how it comes out at the bottom. Rafael Lessard, our next competitor, University of Utah Utes. Defending NCAA championship team is Utah. Lessard looking for a strong year. He'd like to represent that team here at NCAA championships. Just making the top 3 to compete at NCAA championships would be an achievement for any Utah skier. And Lessard looking strong up here on the top. We've got another course hold as these athletes continue to take gates out. Aggressive skiing. They are keeping our course crew incredibly busy. Unbelievable results as we sit here. The top 5 continues to be unchanged. Skiers with good start positions in the second run have done some amazing skiing on this course. Oscar Zimmer, after the first run, was in 24th position. He continues to be in the lead. And we have only 7 more competitors to go in that top group. Jeremy Nolting, who was 29th after that first run, still sitting in the second position. He's got a guaranteed top 10 with his results so far. And Rafael Lessard moves into a tie with Nolting in that second spot. So finally a shakeup in the top 3. Only 1/100th of a second separating our top 3 skiers at the moment. Gianluca Bohem, the Montana State racer from Switzerland, looking to shake things up there on the top of the podium, getting ready to go. We've got a clear course, and Bohem putting his poles over the wand, the Bobcat, getting ready and getting set. And Bohem on course. The all-out race trail here at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Oh, getting a little bit low there, but it's smooth skiing. It's aggressive. I like it. But a little bit late as he came onto the flats. Could that cost him? So difficult to make up time through that section once you get a little bit behind coming onto the flats. Our next competitor, he's got himself a win at the Holiday Classic, last year's final slalom champion. This is Jeremy Lagier, the French racer competing for Westminster College. And Lagier looking solid up here at the top. He had a busy racing load this year with NORAM events, been everywhere. And Lagier, no mistakes up on the top part of the course. Next competitor out of the start. Here we go. It's Loic Chablis from Westminster College. As Bohem comes down into 5th place down at the bottom. Westminster College on course now. Oscar Zimmer still holding on to the lead at the finish. And one of these collegiate racers from the West unseat the Dartmouth College skier at the top of the podium at the moment. Lagier moving into 8th position down at the finish. We've got Loic on course. And our next competitor, a man who knows much about being on the podium at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic, Simon Fournier, former University of Denver ski racer out of Canada, will be our next competitor. Loic finishing in 15th position at the bottom. Ladies and gentlemen, how is this? Our top 19 ski racers are separated by 9/10 of a second at the finish. Absolutely crazy ski racing results here at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. And we've got 4 competitors left that have a realistic chance at unseating our leader in the finish, Oscar Zimmer, starting with Simon Fournier. Simon just 0.8 of a second behind our first run leader, Cooper Puckett. And ready to go. 30 seconds for Fournier. He's got World Cup experience. He knows pressure. He can handle the situation in front of him right now as he gets ready to go. Simon Fournier from Canada, pushing out of the start. Fournier on course. Oscar Zimmer's been in the lead for 19 competitors. Can he make it 20? Fournier. Oh, getting a little... That's going to cost him. He made a great recovery, but that's a difficult place to make a mistake. But he's got a huge cushion over Zimmer. But athletes have not been able to make up the time on the lower section. What's going to happen down there as we get to our top 3? And we got some real veterans right now pushing out of the start. Here comes U.S. ski teamer Bridger Guile. Bridger, a half second back of Cooper Puckett in that first run. And Guile, a veteran. This guy is savvy. This guy is an incredible skier. And this guy's putting down a great run up top. It is going to be hard for our current leaders to stay ahead of these remaining competitors here at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Bridger Giles laid down one heck of a run at the top. And our next competitor, Cooper Cornelius, now pushing out of the start gate. Cornelius on course, the U.S. ski team athlete Fournier moving in down there. Cooper Cornelius on course. Bridger Guile on the lower section. Are we going to see a lead change down there? I tell you what, Cooper Cornelius, he's putting down the hammer. He's going to make a shift at the top of the leaderboard as our final competitor now getting ready to go. It's going to be Cooper Puckett up here at the start. Cooper Puckett, leader after the first run. And we've got a new leader. Guile is taking over that top spot. Bridger Guile by Cooper Cornelius makes his way towards the bottom, and Cooper Puckett right now on the upper section of the course, putting that hammer down. He had a half-second lead. Can he hold on to that $1,000 going to our first place finisher, Cooper Puckett? No problems with the upper section of the course. It's all going to depend what happens down below. So we have an extra hold. Bridger Guile is through the finish. Cooper Cornelius moving back into 13th position. Cooper Puckett making his way towards the finish. And our next racer getting ready to go at the start. This is going to be Max Martin from Dartmouth. And Max Martin on course. And ladies and gentlemen, Cooper Puckett has done it. Cooper Puckett taking the spot. Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic Giant Slalom. What an amazing race, wire to wire. Win, it looks like, for Cooper Puckett as we're down to our 31st place finisher from the first run, Max Martin from Dartmouth College. And I tell you what, it doesn't look like we've missed a beat. Max skiing really well up top, looking very quick as Trey Seymour now on course. Trey knows this hill, veteran, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club alum, now racing for the University of Denver. This guy's been skiing the slopes of Mount Werner since he was just an infant. And Trey Seymour putting the hammer down. There is no doubt he wants to make a statement back here. Disappointed he didn't get in the flip for that opportunity to ski that clean course for the second run. He's going to be right there tomorrow for sure, and looks like he skied a good run that time around. John Kerbaugh, our next competitor on course. Kerbaugh, U.S. ski team athlete, and he is on course. Kerbaugh, U.S. ski team member, a rock-solid giant slalom skier, really came onto the scene the last 2 years, immediately emerged as a FIS giant slalom skier to beat his first-year FIS. Now in his third-year FIS, he's wearing the stars and stripes and representing the U.S. ski team well. Our next competitor now also wearing the stars and stripes will be ready to go in just a moment. That's Sawyer Reed. Sawyer should be well prepared for this event. First year on the national team. They've had a great prep period. Sawyer spent a lot of time racing the slopes of Colorado, spent a couple years out east. He's mastered all the slopes and all the terrain. Getting ready to go here at the Holiday Classic. Sawyer Reed on course. U.S. ski team competitor. Putting the hammer down, Sawyer Reed. They know what's on the line at this event. They know that it's stacked down there at the finish. They know if they can put together a fast run, it could be a really good result for them today. One of the most exciting ski races I've seen in quite some time here. This Holiday Classic Giant Slalom. Cooper Puckett with a big victory of 0.9 seconds behind him. It is unbelievably stacked up. Oliver Perizet, University of Utah, getting a little bit low down there. He's really trying to throw down, find some speed on this all-out race trail. It's our next competitor. On course now, this is Dennis Vilgrader, Italian racer, racing for Cliff Racing. I tell you what, this course just looks like fun up here. No problems at all in this top section. And the bottom section, I'm gathering, is pretty fun too. Based on the amount of holds we've had for gates to go back in, the racers are just pinning it, hitting those gates, knocking them out, causing challenges for our race workers. but this is what giant slalom ski racing is supposed to be all about. Dartmouth College racer Preston O'Brien is on course. Preston dancing through those gates off the pitch and onto the flats. Overcast skies have moved in, visibility progressively worse through the day. It's kind of flat light out there. That's going to make things more difficult with these runners as we get a little bit more course deterioration. It's a little bit harder to see those blue lines in the snow or to help the skiers see where the ground is, helps give them definition. And Henry Hayden, Montana State Bobcat, an Australian racer, he's put a lot of runs down this hill, formerly competing and training with the Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. And a good-looking run up top for Henry. Up next, we've got the Canadian Hemming Sola, Dartmouth College. Hemming just really hucking it. Go wide there. You saw him riding up on the tail of his skis. Nice job staying in the course. A little bit of heavy edge pressure, though, cost him a little bit, but he really is gunning for it. Here comes Benjamin Angerer, Austrian skier, competing with Westminster College. Angerer might describe his feelings after that first run, moving back in the field and knowing how valuable that early start would be for the second run. Instead, he's having to deal with these ruts and these grooves. Skied a nice run there for Angerer, but he'll be looking for more tomorrow at that first run, setting things up. Now it's another Apex 2100 skier, David Morkin, on course. David, one of this amazing group of 18-year-old ski racers from the United States. It's one of the deepest year births that this country has produced in quite some time. David Morkin, former Tahoe skier, now doing his work based out of Tignes in France. And Morkin with a good upper section of his run. Our next competitor now, Camden Palmquist, wearing the stars and stripes for the U.S. ski team. Boy, what a day it's been. Camden's sister Sophia already done with her day. We've got another Palmquist still to come, but Camden taken to the course right now. Camden, Team Summit racer before he made the national team, started his skiing at Buck Hill. And a good-looking top section for Camden Palmquist. As I said, this upper section just looks like a good time. All right, our next competitor, Carson Hume, Ski and Snowboard Club Vail athlete. We talked about those talented American 18-year-olds. Carson is solidly in that category. A little mistake there for Carson. That's costly going onto the flats for Carson. You could really see him getting after it and charging hard. An unfortunate mistake, but he kept it going. We'll see how he can keep it moving all the way through the lower section of the course as his former teammate, now U.S. ski team skier Hunter Solani, takes to the course. Hunter, a Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer, all his life, made the U.S. ski team this summer. And I tell you what, he had some great races in the NORAM series earlier. It's really interesting. These 18-year-olds are all their turn with really impressive results. Today it looks like it was Nolting who's had a really impressive one. As our next competitor, Enzo Cinerelli from Westminster College, the French racer, making his way down to the upper section of the course. Yes, reviewing that top five, Cooper Puckett, Bridger Guile in 1 and 2 positions, but then Oscar Zimmer making the huge move. Finished third, Jeremy Nolting and Raphael Lessard in a tie for 4th place. Oof. Unbelievable. Unbelievable is all I can say. Here's an unbelievable ski racer on course right now. This is Ian Haupt, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club owned. He's a postgraduate racer here with the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Made a good move up through the field. Starting 68 start and being where he is right now is a really good sign that Ian Haupt has got his GS ski racing in the groove. He's making a good move on this run as well. I love how that kid skis. Ian helped put a strong run together up on the top part of the course. Here comes Harry Hoffman, our next competitor, the Aussie from the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club. Harry Hoffman. I mean, I'm just overwhelmed by the depth of talent as we continue to watch racer after racer come down, hardly distinguishable from our top skiers in this field. There's so much depth and talent today here at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Makes it really difficult to make a big up through the field, which is what these athletes are trying to do. But it's impressive for us ski racing fans to watch, no question. Right now, this is Theodore Kim, a Colorado Mountain College Eagle on course. Colorado Mountain College, this is their home training hill, the Steamboat Springs campus. And Kim running the low line, but keeping it clean. We'll see how that comes out for him as Gunnar Barnwell, another Colorado Mountain College Eagle on course. Gunnar Barnwell, nice direct, keeping a tight line, no extra distance being skied by Barnwell. That's important on this hill. That's a good looking top of the run for Gunnar Barnwell as our next competitor gets ready to push out of the start. This is a Steamboat skier now racing for Colby College. Noah Remmenschneider, one of our favorite racers, now getting to ski with Coach Eric Harlow in the Colby program. It's going to be a great year for Noah, no doubt. As Noah, getting stuck in that groove. You see him just put that ski in the groove. The groove took him one way. He wanted to go another way. And Remmenschneider is off course. A tough day for Noah. All right, here comes another Winter Sports Club alum. This is Jordan Simon, now racing for Dartmouth College. Jordan Simon, longtime Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club skier, had an amazing career here in Steamboat, now putting his studies and his ski racing together out at Dartmouth College, and great to have him home for the holidays here competing in the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. A good-looking run up top for Jordan. All right, we talk about this great crop of 18-year-old American ski racers. Here's Julian Arthur, case study number about 20. There's so many of them. Julian Arthur, Ski and Snowboard Club Vail athlete. This guy can really fly. Scored himself a win yesterday in slalom at Vail. So coming into these races with some good vibes. As we got a course hold to do a little bit of course repair following Julian's run. Talking about those 18-year-olds that rip, we got another one in the start, Everett Dooley. Colorado Mountain College racer right now. He's really emerged as a skier to watch. Had a strong year last year moving to the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club program, so he knows this hill well. Decided to stay in town for his college at Colorado Mountain College. That was impressive out of the start for Dooley. He's had some good results already. Saw him ski a phenomenal run in the first NorAm Giant Slalom on the World Cup Hill at Beaver Creek just a few days ago. Dooley pouring himself down this hill. Good looking run for Everett Dooley up there as our next competitor in the start now. It's another guy that knows this hill incredibly well, Colin Kagan, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club's own. He's taken a postgraduate year to focus on his ski racing. Just, a great touch for the snow, Colin Kagan. When he sticks his nose in the fall line and he's got the rhythm, there are not many skiers faster than this guy right here, Colin Kagan. And it looks like he's had a good run up top. Nice job for the Winter Sports Club racer. We'll flip the page to Park City now. Grant Hagan making the trip down Highway 40 to come compete in the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Grant skiing very well up here at the top section. Good clean turns, laying those skis over. Riding the grooves down there through the middle section onto the beach. A good looking run for the Park City racer. All right, here's a veteran. Westminster College now is the home for Trent Pennington. This guy just loves to ski race. He's been doing it for a long time. Great to see him here at the Holiday Classic yet again. And competing with Westminster College. Pennington. Getting a little bit rotated up there through that middle section. You know he was giving it everything he had after that first run, and now it's the coach. Not the coach. This is Finn-Jürgen Tschan, Cliff Racing, Germany, representing Germany, racing with Cliff Racing, coached by Gunther Bergmann, an international team of FIS competitors. And that was a good-looking run up there for Finn-Jürgen up at the top. I like that skiing. As we switch the page now, this is Jake Morgan, Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club racer. We talked about it in the first run. He was going after his coach, Alexander Berkner, and just about beat him. Jake Morgan skiing nicely down here. Morgan a strong run on his second trip down the all-out race trail here. First day of racing, Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Stefan Brenwald, our next competitor, Park City Ski and Snowboard. His mom, one of the top names in ski racing for the U.S. ski team back in the 1980s, 90s. Brenwald. Nice, clean turns down here on the all-out race trail. Good looking run for Brenwald. Alex Lindsay, racer from the Netherlands, now Cliff Racing on course. The dynamic has really changed in some of these countries like the Netherlands. Accessibility to some indoor ski centers, travel to the Alps, training all over the world. And we've got racers from many different countries competing at a really high level. International ski racing. So some more course work before Alex Krupka takes to the hill. And we're going to have a course hold before we shoot Alex down the course. Some gate repair down there. We're about halfway through our incredible field of 126 finishers from that first run. And the competition, oh so close. I'm kind of a stats guy here. How's this stat for you? The separation between third place and 23rd place, just 1 second, 1.02 seconds. Amazingly close, this competition here on the all-out race hill. Puckett, you see him there on the screen. Looks like he's taken that first race. Both of our skiers who pushed out of the start wearing bib number 1 today came down to the finish in that first position. That's pretty exciting. Congratulations to Liv Moritz. On the women's side, Cooper Puckett, our unofficial winner here of the men's event. So we're about halfway through the field. Running in order of their finish after the first run. That's how we can speak with certainty about those top finishers. These skiers would have an awful lot of time to make up, but they can still make big moves through the field. And when you see Krupka with the triple digits on his bib, he's our first competitor to start in the 100s. and to be competing here in the second run, meaning he made an outstanding move up through the field, Alec Krupka from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. So a lot on the line here for Krupka. A good finish here really helps his FIS rank, really helps him move up in the standings so he doesn't have to start so far in the back. And I tell you what, Krupka, you never take your eyes off him. That was an amazing athletic move. I don't think there are many people in the field that could have made that save like Krupka just did. And it looked like he hardly lost any time. He was out. Yet somehow he stayed on his feet. Absolutely incredible for the Ski Club Vail racer. Here's another Ski Club Vail racer to watch. Another 18-year-old who rips. William Zerbay. And Zerbay just hucking himself down the hill, having to ride the grooves at this point. That's difficult for these racers. They want to ski on those fresh tracks, but Zerbay looked like he was rock solid, finding the top of the rut on every single one of those turns and riding it well. That's all you can do from that position for Zerbay. Stewie Bruce now on course. Stewie, another Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer. This guy, a technician, but he can put down the hammer as well. Now Bruce, a little different style than Zerbay. You saw him on those upper gates trying to go inside of the groove. Now he's settled into the groove. That's going to be a faster approach for this run. But Bruce, you know, he really wanted it. He was showing that in his skiing and really trying to get after it. Up next here, it's Colin. I'm sorry, it is bib number 87, Isaac Mosen. Isaac racing for Colorado Mountain College. Mosen skiing the low line, being aggressive, doing what you've got to do to try to make a move. You got to take some risk at this point in the field. And a guy that's ready to do that, University of Colorado, Buffalo, from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club, it's Chase Seymour. Chase's twin brother, Trey, all the way already down through the finish. Had a nice second run despite being back outside of the flip, which is where he wanted to be. Chase is going to try to channel that effort, and Chase making some new tracks down there on the low line. You know that he was getting after it, but unfortunately he knows that skiing down that low into those tracks does cost him some time. Luke Dalton now from Montana State, the Bobcat, is on course. And Luke Dalton getting a little bit wide on that delay coming onto the flats, trying to maintain momentum here across the flats. Just a little soft groove there through the flats. He makes his way over the breakover past pick point for the Montana State skier. We've got a stop-start just in time before Axel Lindenmeyer got ready to send his run down this hill. Axel, a member of the Apex 2100 Academy based out of Tignes, France. Axel, a well-traveled ski racer. Started in Crested Butte. And it looks like we're going to have a bit of a hold here to get some gates repaired before we send Axel down the hill. Back with you in just a moment as we do a little bit of course work here before we send Axel Lindenmeyer. Incredible racing here so far today. Quick look at the results to this point. Cooper Puckett in that top spot. Bridger Guile currently in second position. Oscar Zimmer in third. And Jeremy Nolting, Raphael Lessard tied for that fourth place spot. Lots of movement on that leaderboard as we get ready for Axel Lindenmeyer. The Apex Racing competitor is on course. Oh, Lindenmeyer getting low coming onto the flats. You know, he was taking full risk trying to charge and make a move, and unfortunately that was not the place to do it. That costly mistake just before the flats. Can't get that momentum back, and that'll certainly cost him a bit. As our next competitor, Will Cashmore, now on course, a New Zealand racer, skiing for the University of Alaska. Will spent some years with Colorado Mountain College before making the trip up north and for the Seawolves up there in Alaska Anchorage. All right, our next competitor, let's make some noise. Our hometown boy, Curtis Zani, is on course. Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer. Nicely done through that delay. We're just looking at that groove. That groove puts you really direct into that delay coming onto the flats. Zani did a great job of staying online and not letting that groove send him the wrong direction down there. It's tough for these racers in the back of the pack. Axel Kitt knows about tough. Axel racing with the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club. Getting some coaching from his World Cup amazing skier father, AJ Kitt. And Axel doing a nice job down there, using the groove well, but not over skiing that section. That looked like a good run from Axel Kitt. Up next, it's Caleb Unger. This guy just loves to ski race. You know when Caleb Unger's come through the finish line, you can hear it. You hear the celebration. But, oh, putting his head through the panel. Unger putting the hammer down. But I tell you what, that was really veteran. That was smart and savvy. He did not give up too much time as he was making his way through that difficult section there. That was a nice job from Unger. Here comes Ian Hanrahan, postgraduate athlete doing a gap year at Park City Ski and Snowboard Club, former Romark Academy student and ski racer, and Hanrahan doing a nice job. He too skiing direct without fighting the grooves too much, and Hanrahan having a good run up here on the upper section. Up next, one of my favorite skiers to watch, Brady Malba from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Brady putting the hammer down on this run. He wants it. Look at cutting inside of the groove there. He's skiing a very direct line. You see him coming out of the rut at the bottom. If that tactical approach helps him, one of the toughest things here in the back of the pack is dealing with those grooves and ruts on the hill. As our next competitor, Samuel McDermott, on course. Samuel, a skier for Colorado Mountain College this year. Freshman, I believe, up there for the Eagles ski team, Colorado Mountain College. Good solid run for McDermott on that upper section. All right, here's one to watch. Canadian skiing for Ski and Snowboard Club Vail, Matthew Basson. He's a little guy that rips, and when you see these guys, these smaller guys that are fast skiers, they visually look so much faster. They're fun to watch. But Matthew Basson has some great cat-like moves. And going inside again on those grooves with his small legs, he can ski a line that some of the other guys can't ski. All right, just like in the first run, he and his teammate Hunter Peterson running back-to-back. This is Hunter from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Hunter doing a nice job on this slope. Riding the grooves there is Hunter. You try to push off that groove, see if you can use it to accelerate you to the next turn. And Hunter Peterson, that's good, clean skiing for Peterson. Next up, from Croatia, this is Filip Krota, racing with Colorado Mountain College. 10 athletes on the Colorado Mountain College team, and a lot on the line for these skiers as they get ready to enter their college season. The races start in Utah for the Western schools here in about a month. Good looking run up top for Krota. Nico Loinig, our next competitor on course. Nico from Team Summit. Second year FIS racer. Still earning his stripes here in the Colorado Ski Cup. These are the first races in the Colorado Ski Cup series, the highest level of regional racing in Colorado. And Nico Loinig doing himself very well with that run up at the top, I would say. Henry Andri, our next competitor from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. This is the 23rd annual Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Andri really charging. He wants to run, I can tell, he wants to run a more direct line. He wants to run a different line than where those grooves are. As we've talked about before, those grooves are pretty deep and it's hard to fight them. You really have to deal with what's in front of you running at this position in the race and try to make the most out of the groove that you have to ski. Ford Hodgkins from Park City will do his best now on his second run. Hodgkins looks like a good clean start to his run. He's using that groove well. As he makes his way through the flat section now onto the lower pitch goes Ford Hodgkins, our next competitor in the start. That's Ryoji Graman. Ryuji trains with Alta Badia, program based out of Italy. He's a Japanese skier, and he's here in America skiing on the All Out Race Trail at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. It's a beautiful thing. Bib number 100, Kenneth McPhee from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club, our next competitor on course. Groove getting pretty deep down there. That's right at the transition from the upper pitch to where it flattens out. This section here, pretty flat. They try to maintain their momentum. Now they go over the breakover, past the coaches, and onto the lower pitch. Good solid run up top, no problems for McPhee as Stanley Andri makes his way onto the course. Andri, good strong skiing, creating those angles over the outside ski, trying to find his tuck, trying to do whatever he can, gets out of that rut early. Andri from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail, a nice run up top. Marcus Stanley, Loveland Ski Club, our next competitor on course. Sun trying to peek back out on the course. Maybe a little bit of improvement with visibility. This all-out race trail, one of the rare race hills where the visibility gets better in the afternoon as it faces west into the sun. Jevin Palmquist now on course. The third and final Palmquist to take to the slopes today. His brother Camden and sister Sophia already down for their runs as Jevin Palmquist, a first-year racer, first year of FIS racing, earning his stripes, trying to make moves up through the field, and that looked like a good run there. All right, Cayman Beauregard, our next competitor on course. Cayman, another one of these first-year ski racers. He's a Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club athlete, and he gets a little bit low in a bad spot. Cayman is running this course ridiculously straight. Let's see how it's going to work out for him. Nice job through that delay. He's carried momentum onto the flats. This is a gutsy run for Beauregard. No mistakes up there as he skis an incredibly aggressive line. And it's going to be fun to see how that works out for him as Kyan Hopke, our next competitor out of the start. Buck Hill ski racer. Let's see what he can do. Hopke dancing through those gates, starting that turn on his inside ski, but no problem for Hopke. He's got the balance. He's plenty of time on those disco sticks, making quick moves at Buck Hill, and a good-looking run up top for Kyan Hopke. All right, we've got a Canadian on course, Dartmouth College. This is Luis Latalipe. He's getting a little bit inside. They are not comfortable with where those grooves are placed. You see him coming out low from each turn. Difficult to find the rhythm when the rut is not where you want it. Here comes Aaron Grislak, Northern Michigan University. Grislak, the Michigan skier through and through.
Our next racer, 123, will be wearing bib 143.
Oh, Grislak getting a little bit low coming out of the gate. That's a costly error. And now he's running the low line. Can he hold on? Grislak staying athletic just to stay in this thing. But that was tough. Next up, Fletcher Hutto, Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Fletcher, flashy in that first run. He was really taking some risk, trying to make a move up, starting way back at 123. He did make a move. These conditions were difficult to make real big moves today. It was an interesting dynamic how the race turned out. We've got an excellent surface on the top, absolutely phenomenal, but it has broken through in some places, makes it difficult for these skiers a little bit further back in the field to make those moves. Being in the flip was super important for the top 30, and then in the back of the field, we're not seeing as big a moves as some of the races that we've seen recently, as Oliver Helland from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail makes his attempt down the hill. Good to see a little bit more vision as the sun tries to peer back out onto the slope, help these athletes see that groove that's out there. And here comes Steamboat's own Adrian Beauregard. Adrian, an amazing year last year as a U16 athlete, competing on the international level and taking home some significant hardware. Now he's got to earn it on the fifth circuit, where he's the youngest skier, one of the youngest skiers in the field in his first year of racing. And that looked like a good run up top for Beauregard. It takes patience and it takes time to break through at this level. Of course, right now that should be T-Hop, Tyler Hopkins, Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer. Yeah, he's sticking his nose into the fall line. That looks like T-Hop to me. Trying to make things happen, T-Hop. Strong ski racer from Vail. Looked like a good run up there for T-Hop. Chase Kelly now on course. Remember Chase in that first run, he lost his pole out of the start. It stuck in the snow. And so he had to finish his run with just one pole. His other hand had nothing in it. He's got both poles now on this second run, but that definitely could have been a distraction in that first run. Chase looking to put down a good run here in his second. All right, Alec Nolan on course now, St. Lawrence University skier. You know, Alec's been skiing a bunch out east. He's maybe used to a bit more icy condition. But back in that first run, he skied well up top, might have made a mistake down below. But Alec Nolan, again, looking solid up here on the top. The depth of this field is really incredible. So we watch Calvin Schaffler now on course. Calvin, Ski and Snowboard Club Vail competitor. One of these young guns trying to make a move up through the field, earning their stripes on the 5th circuit, this Colorado Ski Cup circuit. Holiday Classic, often the hardest race in the entire series because of the quality of field. Bunch of athletes looking to take advantage of the $34,000 in prize money available to our top athletes in this race. These racers hoping it gets easier from here, but today I'm going to tell you is not an easy day. You look at these conditions down here that Apollo Powell is having to deal with. Apollo, a veteran ski racer, now competing for Colorado Mountain College. He's seen it all. And Apollo looking strong on this upper section. Now to the youth movement. It's Owen Wither, Steamboat Mountain School student, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer. Owen Wither. Oh, looking nice up here. I like the angles that Owen's creating, and he gets the announcer's jinx. But I tell you what, that was one heck of a recovery. Krupka might have taken the cake, but that's going in second place in terms of great recoveries. Owen Wither staying with it, and finishes are important for a guy like Owen to establish his point profile. Nicely done, Owen, to keep it in there. Ben Albrecht now from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club on course. A little bit inside there, but doing a nice job getting back to the right foot, staying in the groove. So impressed with the depth of talent today as these competitors continue to put down good run after good run. Here comes Oliver Kohlberger from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Really tough for these guys. First year FIS racer, and you've got to go compete against a guy like Cooper Puckett, who's been on the FIS circuit for years, competed at World Junior Championships, has NORAM wins to his name. It's a tall order for these kids, but they're learning a lot in these conditions, and Oliver Kohlberger skiing very well down the all-out race trail here in his first Holiday Classic. Andrew Gunther on course, a good, aggressive start for Gunther. I like seeing these guys that really charge out of the start. That's free time, and Gunther knows it. This is a great run up here for Gunther. Skiing aggressively, really trying to throw himself down the hill. I like the attitude. Gunther, a nice run up top. All right. Okay, our next competitor in the start, it's Nikhil Alaney. Skiing with the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club, representing Trinidad and Tobago's. And here comes Nikhil. Nice light touch on his skis for Nikhil. He's just letting those skis run. He's letting them seek the fall line. He's letting gravity pull him down the hill. That was a good, fast top of the run for Nikhil. Seth Montgomery from Team Summit, our next racer out of the start. 131 the number. He's had to do a lot of work today to try to move up through the field. And it's tough work, I might add, making that move. Montgomery, another one of these first-year FIS racers, I believe. Trying to make a mark. Michael Green, our next competitor, wearing bib number 118 from Team Summit. Getting a little bit twisted, couldn't get those skis to come around. His body was trying to get around the gate, but his skis were still going the other way, and Michael Green is off course. Parker Kendrick, our next competitor on course. Kendrick from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Oh, and Parker losing a shoe. You get with the bumps that are in the ruts right now, you put your weight a little bit too much on the inside ski. That outside ski gets loose. It bounces around in those bumps, and off it comes. Tough break for Kendrick. Our next competitor, this is going to be Banks Biffle. Banks from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Banks, one of these athletes that just learned he was into this race last night, so having to make a quick move up here to Steamboat from Vail. It's not too bad a drive, but he got up here in time to race, and he's racing well. Great to see him doing so well here at the Holiday Classic. All right, up next, it's Steamboat's own Cade Lawton. Cade, long-time Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club competitor. This is his first year of FIS racing, and Cade getting twisted and stuck. Just a little bit of rotation. The ski got caught up in that bump, and sideways Cade went. Able to keep his momentum, though, so that he could continue, and Cade needs the finish. This profile, he needs 2 finishes to establish some FIS points, and so that was the mission number 1 for Cade Lawton. Carson Simison on course right now. Carson from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Steamboat Mountain School student. Oh, and getting low. It's tough. These racers are battling. How aggressively can they ski without fighting it too much? As Enzo Napoli now on course from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Enzo, he's hucking. He's not intimidated by these course conditions. Napoli charging hard down the slope here on the All Out Race Trail Steamboat Ski Resort. Our host today. And a good looking run up there for Napoli. Sawyer Hutto, our next competitor from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Sawyer nice and smooth. Don't see him over pressuring those edges. Getting a little bit low though in some of those turns there through the beach section. And into the soft snow. They want to stay in the firm stuff.
111 on course, our next racer.
Today is not the day to test Steamboat's champagne powder, and I'm not exactly sure that that's what it is just outside the race course, but it's not where they want to be. Eric Strickler from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail on course. Strickler sticking his nose in the fall line, getting a little bit low and late in there, but I like the racing attitude from Strickler. Now we've got Willem Bradford on course. Bradford, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer. Again, one of these guys looking to put down a finish, establish a FIS point profile, try to move their start position up through the field. Triple digits are tough to wear in ski racing. Horse gets chewed up, and there are a lot of great ski racers ahead of you that you've got to try to beat. Austin Steiner now on course. Austin from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Like the tuck through that delay there. Aerodynamics, trying to do every little trick he can. Maintain his speed, maybe gain a little bit over his competitors is Ricky Shea. Pushes out of the start.
Disregard, race crew's already got a panel coming.
The Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racers, first year FIS racing. Ricky's made steady improvement moving up through the field. Oh! And the commentators, jinx, bummer, Rick Shea hitting a rut wrong, and he is off course. Kastenjäger is on course. The Team Afton athlete. Afton Alps ski area, just outside the Twin Cities. If you're going to ski around the Twin Cities, Afton Alps is a pretty good choice. Beautiful setting there by the St. Croix River, and Kastenjäger. Oh, and he gets low. These skiers having a rough time with the grooves. And off course for Jaeger. Here comes Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Nicholas Bradford, his brother Willem, down just a few racers ago. Nicholas giving chase right now. Both these boys in their first year of FIS racing, and I love the jockey and back and forth between the brothers. Nicholas has had the upper hand in a lot of them, but Willem really feeling the groove today. It's good skiing from Nicholas, but getting low in a few spots. It'll be interesting to see how he stacks up in the end. All right, up next, this is Alessandro Cantelli-Fink, the Eldora Mountain Ski Club competitor, representing Mexico in the field today. Sandro putting down another good run. Some good skiing from the back of the pack. Here comes Garrett Gillist from Team Winter Park. Garrett, the Middle Park Panther. Competition center racer. Get as much ski racing as you can, I think, is Garrett's approach. And it's looking good here. Good looking run up top for Gillist. All right, here's Van Glantz from Loveland. Van, our last racer out of the start in the first run. Moved up several spots here for the second run. As we're approaching our final competitor, but Van Glantz right now from Loveland. A good, solid run up top for Van. Our next competitor out of the start will be Henry Regroot. We've got a short course hold for some course repair. All right, we've got Henry Regroot back in his skis.
I can see him go through next race here, 40 seconds, get 1:15.
And we've got Henry in the start in about a half a minute, getting ready to go. 6 more competitors in this first day of racing for the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. From Lakers Racing, here comes Henry Regroot getting the countdown. And Regroot is on course.
On course.
Racing late into the afternoon here at the Holiday Classic. Regroot, just like he did in the first run, punishing those panels.
Holding an interval for gate repair.
And Regroot onto the lower pitch.
Okay, next race are 1:10, 30 seconds.
Next competitor at the start, this is Caden Proltz from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Ready to send it here on the all-out race trail. All-out racing is what this race demands today. Incredibly talented field, incredibly tight racing. And Caden is on course.
Bib 112 is in the gate. 3 racers left going to double intervals.
Caden getting a little bit low coming down there. The delay saved him. A little extra room in that delay kept him back on course. But a costly mistake there at the start of the flat section. We call it the beach. Now over the coach, past the coaches at pick point, and down to the lower part of the course. Our next competitor getting ready to go. It's going to be Finnegan Norris. Finnegan racing with the Loveland Racing Club this year. Got a smile on his face. Great to see here late in the day. It's been a long day of racing here at Steamboat Ski Resort. Finnegan on course. Trying to run a good direct line, Finnegan. We had a little bit of sun earlier, but a little thicker overcast deck now, and the light's gotten pretty flat for these final competitors. Many challenges that the competitors in the back of the field have to deal with today. But no real mistakes up top. A good solid start to Finnegan's run. 2 competitors left. Zach Meltz will be our first. Zach from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. All right, he's clapping his pulls, fired up to get going here. Final run here in the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic for Meltz. Ski and Snowboard Club Vale athlete.
Final racer 119 in the gate.
Many of us longtime ski racers remember the days of skiing through the ruts. At the end of the day, our first years of FIS, and the challenge that was. It takes patience, it takes grit, a lot of resilience. Work up through the ranks and have that opportunity to run the clean course that our higher ranked skiers get to enjoy. Our final racer now getting ready to go. Representing the country of Jordan, this is Sharif Zawada. Sharif will be our final competitor in today's Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic, and here comes Sharif. Our final competitor,
No faults at the start.
representing the nation of Jordan. As I've mentioned before, we've got 20 nations represented in this year's Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. It's a true international ski racing affair, with Sharif rounding things out. Sharif is over the breakover past the pick point onto the lower section of the course, and that is going to wrap things up for our coverage today. Thanks for tuning in with us on this first day of racing here at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. We will be back tomorrow morning for another day of giant slalom. It sounds like we've got the nod from our IT department to have top to bottom coverage, so make sure that you join us for that. And then Wednesday and Thursday, we flip the page and do some slalom ski racing over at Howelson Hill. Again, all will be live. You can check out the links at sswsc.org and go to the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic page. Thanks for tuning in with us. It's been a great day of racing, and we hope you'll tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the